Sorry about that, guys. Ooh, and it looks like my mic is working. Apologies for the... You know, this is just what happens. First 5 minutes, there must be some sort of technical difficulties. Because if there wasn't... I don't know. Anyway. Good afternoon. Good evening. Thank you, Kratos, for the heads up that I had... Yay! Sound out from the start! We're winning! Little victories. It's the little things that matter. Like audio. It's not so little, actually. Thank you, Kratos, for the heads up about the 2 active stream. I don't know why that happened. Streamlabs is just weird. It's been a weird Saturday. But that's okay. We're all here together now. So let me get my shit together. How are you guys doing? Dan, how are you? Let me know how your evening's going, how your week's been, and of course, if you have any predictions. There's a mess in the corner. My co-host will be joining me when he wakes up from his nap. So, let me get ESPN up. Which should already be up, but it's not. Is everyone as excited as I am? Not. For tonight's fights. Tybura versus Spivac. 2. Did we need to see them fight a second time? I'm gonna say no. No. Just... I would say probably the only good thing is that this is not going to go until 1 a.m. my local time. But I'm not excited to watch this. Let's see, chat box there. Dan says... Dan is so-so. Doctor is telling you that you have to lower your workload. Your heart can't match it, he says. So what does he... And you share as much as you feel comfortable sharing. But workload as in a little less hours at work. Lifting a little too much at work. That you have to relax a little more. That sucks. My mom is... actually in the process of going on disability. She's younger than you. Much younger. She's in the process of going out on disability because her heart cannot take it. So she'll be getting better, and I hope that she uses her time on disability to get her heart healthy. She is way too young. But yeah. So, from the kids' perspective, get better. Please, Dan. We need you here. He says, yep, less hours. You work a lot of hours now. About how many hours are you prepping to cut down to? Enjoy walking is sleepy. Take a nap. Jeremy, how are you, sir? And as you are prepping, Dan, to cut down on the hours, do you have someone already in mind to help you out with the workload during the times that you're not able to work? That's probably like one of the more difficult parts, I'd imagine, being a business owner, that now you have to trust someone else to take on the tasks that you need to delegate and hope that they do it well. But yeah, what does less hours mean? And would the doctor say those are less hours? Oh, there was a comment I missed from Kratos. Sorry, didn't mean that. Kratos got the day off from work today. Yay! But at the same time, it's the 16th year. Oh, poop, poop, poop. 16 year to the day of grandma passing. Goodness gracious. That was a long time ago. How old was Grandma? I am thankful that I still have my grandma. And when she calls me to talk my ear off, I let her. Because sometimes she'll call and literally say, I just need somebody to talk to. And when she says that, she really just means, I need somebody to listen. And I let her, you know, ramble on about really random things. And it makes her happy. So, try to hold on to her. Jeremy says, I'm good. Headed to a buddy's house for the night. Hope you have fun. You're going to have more fun than us watching this card. Because I mean, I'm hoping it's a sleeper card where, you know, we get these sudden, oh my God, that was an amazing fight. But I ain't holding my breath. So enjoy your evening with the buddies. Happy 7 months to the Munchkin. Max is 7 months today. Happy 7 months. Give him a nice pinch on the cheeks for me, please. Dan says, in regards to cutting hours, probably about 30 to 40. And no, I don't have the one that could take over right now. Poop. Poop, poop, poop. Well, during that time, I hope that your heart is able to catch up. Because we need you on this planet for longer, sir. Please and thank you. Kratos says she would have been 60 now, 61 on the 27th. Oh wow, Kratos. That is young for grandma. My grandma on my mom's side is in her 80s, early 80s. It's funny because she's the most extroverted out of all of us. My mom is pretty introverted. Me and my siblings pretty introverted. My grandmother is like the life of the party. She wants to chat with everyone. She wants to dance with everyone. Her feet are killing her and she probably needs some work done on her feet, but she doesn't give a crap. She just wants to move and talk and be around people. I think that helps to keep her around. Yeah. I'm supposed to see her next weekend, so that'll be fun. 53. Yeah, that is young. Goodness, my dad is now. And I'll get into the fights in the moment and put up the fight cards. I'm a little behind on that, but I'll do that after the chat. Oh, sorry. No, that's why I made the comments I made, Dan. We need you to be healthy. We need your heart to be healthy. We need you around for as long as possible. Please and thank you. My bucket list is to run a race in Denmark. So I need you to be around so that when we eventually get to Denmark, probably in the next couple of years, we can say hi. But everyone, please take care of themselves. She smoked for 40 plus years. Goodness gracious. Yeah, my grandmother, she didn't smoke. She didn't drink either. She just liked being around people. She just likes being around people. At the supermarket, she wants to chat with people. At the doctor's office, she wants to chat with people. Or sometimes she just likes finding a bench in the park and just people watch. And that's what makes her happy. And then go have coffee and a bagel. Which I owe her coffee and a bagel. One of these days. David says, I have no picks for this card. It fucking sucks. So even if that is your pick, please put it up in the chat because I'm going to document that. David says, Dan, can I quote you as with the same exact quote as David. I have no picks for this card. It fucking sucks. No picks for this card. ... It fucking sucks. Thank you. All right, copy paste, copy paste, copy pasta. Oh shit, not cut, copy. Paste. What David said. Kratos, if you have any picks for tonight, please let us know. And Jeremy, if you are still around, before you head off and have fun this evening, if you're not out having fun this evening yet, please give us your picks. All right, I have a new document going on how I'm going to show the predictions, and oh shit, I exported it incorrectly. Bear with me. As we say every single week, we're building the plane as we fly it. So, fight predictions. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, this one. There we go. Of course, I'm always going to make it make it look a little better week after week. Thing 2 is going to help me with that. I realize it's a little hard to see the text, the smaller text. But, Dan's prediction. I have no picks for this card. It fucking sucks. What David said. David says, I have no picks for this card. It fucking sucks. Jeremy says, hold on, I'm putting that down. I have no clue who is fighting LOL. That counts. And let's export. Save. And now it's updated. Jeremy says, I have no clue who is fighting. Laughing out loud. We're all nerds. Nerds! I used to wear glasses. I no longer wear glasses, thank God. But I should just like buy a pair without lenses so I can feel like nerd. That's why we all get along. Oh, you did say that, Kratos. You did say that earlier. Kratos says... Copy paste for formatting purposes. Kratos has... Yeah, nerd! Spivac in 3 rounds. Maybe we'll be able to summon JL. He might be at work. If he is, I'm sure that he'll pop up during his lunch hour. Or if it's pretty slow. All right, let's update this. Kratos has Spivac in 3 rounds. JL. We'll get him when he comes around. Dan says, I hope Spivac is going to lose so he can be cut from the UFC. Yeah, it's just, it's so boring. I don't think anyone enjoys watching him fight. No one's like, yeah, can't wait to watch a Spivac fight. No, not at all. All right, ladies are scrapping. Let me get Twitch up for a moment. We're not on that stream anymore. This is a big ass screen and I suddenly feel like I don't have enough space for all of the windows that I need to have opened at the same time. It's pretty unbelievable. Kratos says, I was incorrect last night, so I'll have something this time, hopefully. Alright. right. Oh, no problem, dude. Drive safe, please. You could always respond when you get to your destination. For now, we'll just talk a lot of shit because we know you can't respond, so ha ha ha. Just a little housekeeping on the Twitch side in case anybody comes around. And then I will finish with the YouTube. Oh shit, that's not what I want. No, that is what I want to do. Dismiss, go away. Pin. Excellent. That's what I wanted. You can move over. I need more screen real estate. It's crazy. Kratos says, I'm at my cousin's house again. Ooh, tell your cousin we said hello. Hopefully they're listening in and also watching the fights. Hope they're enjoying their evening. Alright, I'll put that back up when we get more predictions. David says, always make sure to not pay attention to the road, Jeremy. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the best way to drive. Safe. Someone's face is getting pink. No blood yet, but I wouldn't mind it if it happened. Ugh. Kratos says 4 hours of cleaning up 3 stalls of horse shit. Please elaborate. Were you literally cleaning horse shit? We need more details. Please. About this horse shit. Can't believe I just said that. I know I'm weird. Alright. Prelims have 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, I got one thing going. A barn full of horses. I think horses are so pretty. Wait, so how many horses do they have? The only time I really get to see a horse here that doesn't look like it's sick, because, I mean, I'm in New York City, so we really only see sick-looking horses because those are the ones that are used for like a tourist attraction so that people could get a horse and carriage ride around Central Park, and those horses just always look miserable. But we do have police officers who ride horses in a few spots in the city. We're actually not too far from one of their stables. Those horses are gorgeous. Like, they're just so tall. They look so healthy compared to the Central Park ones that just look like they would love to be put out of their misery. 4, 5, 6. They have around 10 or 12 now. That sounds amazing. It's one of the nice things about leaving the city every once in a while. If we'll head upstate, or if I'm able to do a race, you know, somewhere out in the suburbs. And while the running is tiring and, you know, painful at times, it is nice when I happen to run past a barn or a stable, and then there's just horses or cows looking at all the runners like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And are you gonna give me food? Almost done with my copy pasta. Copy paste, copy paste. When I did the run, when we went to England, I was able to run past some sheep, and that was the coolest thing ever. Because for me here, you know, if I'm gonna see sheep, it's at a zoo. And I don't want to go to a zoo to see sheep. I'd rather actually see them out on the farm, grazing and doing sheep things. All right, got all my banners done. All right, I'm good. I'm on top of this. I got it. Kratos also says, my cousin is married and he's a Vietnam vet, and their son has Williams syndrome. Yes, I remember you telling us about that. But I sometimes shovel horse shit. Oh, gotcha. Horse shit on my off days from work to help out. I mean, well, 10 to 12 horses. I imagine they need help. Tell us about the rest of the animals. Is it only horses that they have, or do they have other? Do they own other animals? I agree with Dan. That is nice of you to help them. Gotcha. Only the horses at the barn. I'd imagine that's plenty of work on their own. And they have 2 doggies, of course. That sounds like a nice place. Luciano attempted to go in with that elbow, which looks slightly awkward. She wasn't even close to her face. Maybe she just meant to do that to scare her, or as a feint, but it didn't seem effective. Alencar looks like she has some... Was it already dark on her right cheek when she came in? The one, oh, that was a nice knee. That was perfect. But I'm wondering if she got that bruise, and I wasn't really paying attention to her when she first got to the ring. But if she already had that bruising on her face, maybe it's a birthmark. Or it's just that she's getting fucked up. Kratos says, I bought them Domino's last night for dinner. I love pizza.
You can't really join the show like this, right?
Can you go finish? Can you close the door, sir? This is not that type of show.
Oh, okay.
Our audience does not want to see that. Oh, God. He's gonna join us in a bit. So what did you order from Domino's? Dr. Evil says meat lovers. Jeremy's laughing and Kratos goes, Doc and the Buff? I'm not answering these questions. But I will say what Dan said. Get some clothes on. Sir. The sir is for me. Goodness gracious. Unprofessional. Anyway, back to Domino's. I love pizza. I love cheese. Some bacon. Oh, she attempted that knee again. David says, don't make me report the stream again. Luciano's starting to get a little sloppy. She's like, I did a fancy kick once, so maybe I could do it again. Oh, that was nice. Did you see? I'm not reading these comments out loud. Huh?
Did I feel like
You didn't see? I'm gonna let him read some of those when he gets here. And put away some of his sneakers. I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy. As Thing 2 would say, I am... What do you like to say? Naive and innocent. That's what she likes to say. Naive and innocent. I wouldn't do such things. Hmm? You saw? Hmm. Good. Oh, you want to see how it looks on the screen? The fight predictions? No, the camera's not going to pick you up. I don't need a bib. I'm good. I have water. If you see anything, it was just water. I swear. It's that I spilled some water on my shirt. Look, do you want me to show you?
no.
So you can see how it looks on the screen.
You can show me just like this.
I want Thing 2 to see the this, because she's gonna help me make it fancy.
I can see.
You can see it? So I realized the big text. I mean, I think that's clear enough. Like, it doesn't need to be crazy. But then I realized, of course, duh, as the text is getting smaller, and then it's over the TV, it's a little harder to see that. But I think it's.
Right. They can see me.
They're making fun of me.
Oh.
Dan says I'm drooling all over. Jeremy says your tongue was hanging out of your head and you was sweating. I'm always sweating, actually. I'm really always fucking sweating.
Nice deflection.
Choosing to ignore some of these comments. Don't know what you guys are talking
check the
about.
comment later.
Yeah, but you could see. But I decided to keep the color what it was just for uniformity. But later we could add whatever color we want. It doesn't matter to me. I just didn't want with my experimenting to suddenly look like we have a million colors on the screen.
Arata.
Oh, Jeremy says that was from the Sandlot. I really am always sweating though. I'm sweating right now.
You want me to tell me see?
Oh, for a little bit. Sandlot is one of those films I probably saw a couple of times as a child and never rewatched it as an adult. Dan says something's wrong with this card, the pretty girl one.
Oh, that means the ugly girl one.
I'll let you say it then.
I already know the ugly girl one. If you thought she was pretty.
Y'all can work that out. Oh, top chat is not what I wanted. I wanted live chat. There we go. Kratos says, I saw a partial back of Doc and a little hip action. He's decent now. He's yeah, whatever. Whatever. He is camera ready. He'll be here in a minute. I recognize a few of these names. I'm checking out the fight card for today,
Re-upping on the zinc.
but
Just like you did.
No one really stands out to me. Oh, were you talking about the Chris Gutierrez fight, babe?
Well, he's supposed to fight, isn't he?
Yeah. No, he's getting vitamins. 'Cause as we were talking about earlier, everyone needs to stay healthy.
Well, I'm growing my part.
Dan says, "Is he slapping thing 2 now? It sounds like it."
No, he's away from me.
She goes, "No, he's away from me." Kratos asks, "Chris Gutierrez, any relation to Oscar Gutierrez, aka Rey Mysterio?" I don't think so. Let's see. Chris Gutierrez. I could be wrong, though. See what Google says. Dun, 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 dun. Personal life. No, no relation.
One thing about Rey Mysterio and Chris Gutierrez is that they both kill people with their kicks.
Doc says the one thing about both Gutierrez fighters, wrestler and fighter, is that they both kill people with their kicks. Just in case the mic didn't pick that up.
People forget that Rey Mysterio killed somebody in like 2014 in the ring.
I think you mentioned that in one of our streams. Kratos has a question. He says, did y'all hear about the YouTube CEO yesterday?
Yeah, well, the old YouTube CEO died of cancer. She's the one that implemented a bunch of different policies, including making it impossible to actually have free speech on the platform.
Ah. He's saying that she died from cancer, and she's the one who's responsible for the lack of free speech. I did not hear about that. Look that up later. Come on, next fight.
Like, I get that people don't want to be associated with unpopular people with unpopular opinions. I get that. But this whole thing of like, we have to be careful about where our ads play, because if our ads play for content that people don't like, then things will be bad.
Ooh, we're matchy.
Well, like, racists spend money too, right? You don't want their money? You don't want their business? Which foot?
Left foot.
Same here. So we are matching.
I mean, once I start walking, it starts to go away.
Hello world. Yes, I'm a little bit later than normal. I did a couple of different things that rendered me incapacitated. I did heavy legs and then I did heavy back. And then I don't remember the third thing I did, but I remember passing out soon after that. So, yeah. These things did happen.
We have the usual cast in the chat. Jeremy is hanging out with his buddies. I think he has this on. I think he's listening in as he is driving, but he is hanging out with buds. JL has not joined us yet, so I'm gonna guess that he's at work. Kratos has the day off.
Yeah, I don't remember the third thing I did that caused me to pass out, but I apologize for me being late today. I used a lot of energy today.
You should eat that.
Spasm.
You should have that. I'm gonna mute us now. I already have them making fun of me in the chat. So, next fight. It's Wall versus Aaron's. That's all I've got. Mike, oh, they're on. So, you're gonna have your lunch. 8%.
This is really cool music video called I Ejaculate
Oh,
Fire.
God.
Explode! Has anybody seen that video? The first time I saw that video is when we saw Death Clock live. And I'm like, because I hadn't heard the song before or seen the video, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
It was a great music video.
Oh man. And they just put the word explode and then flashing lights on the screen. Well, that's what I saw before I passed out. I don't know what happened though.
So we're about a minute into this fight.
I did go back to deadlifting, so that was cool, right?
Excellent.
I was afraid of it. I told you I was going to try to do it at 245 to be
Right.
safe. But then I figured if I'm only going to do 9 repetitions, it can't be that bad if I tried, 3 sets of 3, right? And it wasn't too bad. Obviously, my body was not used to hip hinges that heavy of any kind, so I'm just going to hang out at 275 for a few weeks, working my way up from 9 total reps to 35. Really nailed down that movement, really start to feel good, and then back to 3 plates. It'll be a great day when I am able to go back to 3 plates on the deadlift and feel good about it,
That kick was a snapping off from Aaron's.
Yeah.
Trying to do something fancy.
Yeah, like people. I'm surprised Rey Mysterio decided to continue wrestling after that, because I think he did like one of those drop kicks that was supposed to lead to a 619, and then the dude was supposed to get hung up on the second rope, but like he had already had his vertebrae pretty much. The spinal cord was already like severely damaged when he did the drop kick, and then the dude was supposed to take the drop kick and then go into the second rope for him to do the 619. And the family wasn't angry at him or anything like that. They just took his death like, hey, this sucks and we don't blame you, go back to wrestling. And that motherfucker is still wrestling. I would have been done. Good on WWE for not. I mean, if it was Vince was still around, he would have been like, yeah, his drop kick and 619 combo is deadly. You know, I would have. Yeah, I would not have been surprised if they pulled one of those, when during the Vince era. But they didn't do it, and they haven't mentioned it, so it's almost like people forgot that happened. I mean, you could tell that they really don't want to use it because that whole thing with Dominic Mysterio versus Ray
Yeah.
and how ugly that was getting, he didn't even mention that.
Yeah.
You know, it was very, very, like, it was like really personal stuff and it was ugly and they didn't mention that. I had actually kind of forgotten that happened. Uh-oh, did he get underneath the chin? No, he's on the mouth. Oh, he tapped!
Really?
He tapped to that! Jarno Aaron's tapped to that. It's almost like he tapped to a crippler crossface.
Let me see that again. Maybe he added just the right
Wow, that
angle
was
to her.
crazy. Got a new hustle polishing semis. That sounds kind of gay. These truckers pay a lot. Oh, that, ooh. Dave, what? Is the economy that bad, man? I'm sorry.
You're terrible. Nah, you're good, man. I mean, this is pretty much the card to just
Look at that. He just tapped to that.
chill. Oh, you want to read both David and Dan's prediction?
Actually, I wanted to kind of give my thoughts
Oh,
on
go ahead.
what, and I've read a lot of MMA articles this week concerning this. They are saying that this card, this fight night, is the least anticipated card in the history of the UFC. Like going into the night, one of the worst cards, and then people were already saying it was one of the worst cards, and then they lost 4 fights. They had to reschedule 2 of them, and then you had one guy show up a quarter of a pound heavy, and then the doctors wouldn't let him lose the last quarter pound, which I think is kind of weird. Like, if it would, if
Go to the bathroom.
right, like if it would have been that, if it would have been like, more weight to lose, and I would be able to see that, but if it's only a quarter pound that he's over and you don't want to let him lose it, then don't let him fight. That means he's in really horrible physical shape, and you should not let him fight. That's just my, that's my, if a quarter pound would make that much difference, don't let him fight. But then we had another guy miss by 1.5 kilos, and then the chick that likes to turn and run from her opponent, she's done it twice. She also turned and ran away from the scale. She was more than
She should be
2
cut
kilos.
tonight.
She should have been cut before the fight.
Shit, we have her and Spivac on the same card? That's awful. Just having one of them is awful. Why do we need both of them?
It's but you know what, guys? I think that seeing Yusuf Zalal back in the cage, I'm happy for that, because he got kicked out of the UFC and then he went out and won some fights outside the promotion. Come back, catches dude in a crippler crossface. So cool. Banner, I know what you mean by that, man.
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah.
I'm just saying it sounded kind of sus, man. Yeah, I'm polishing semis. Yeah, the rest stop.
Well, we hear you,
The
David.
truckers pay a lot to get polished.
It's like every time the jobs try to give you a little bump in pay, It's like, thanks, but that bump is happening the same exact
Time that the prices on
Everything else is
everything
going
is
up.
raising at a much higher rate than pay.
It just becomes a wash.
But then when people don't want to work for slave wages, people are lazy and just don't, bro.
Yeah.
Just don't want to work. Blah, 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 blah.
And then when you look at your income and you're just like, fuck, if I had this income 10 years ago, I'd be fucking great.
Yeah.
How does today's
Yeah.
income feel the same as
Or worse.
or worse than before? Yeah.
Did
Feel
David
David.
Banner just say $20 is $20? Is that what he just said? Oh, shit. Banner said, yo, I'm just gay for the pay, man.
Listen, he already threatened to report the streak. Don't give him reason to.
Is he the only one that didn't panic before I was about to walk on camera? I'm glad Paul is not here. He'd be like, damn, these non-cup winning Canadians are down bad.
Check your email. It's gonna say we got a complaint.
Mm-hmm. It's all love, though. Yeah, I'm fucking tired, y'all. I did a lot of training today on just basically 2 scoops of protein. That's one of the things I changed this morning. I didn't go on an empty stomach. After. Pics. Let me check the.
It's here.
I got Yusuf. I got Yusuf Zalal winning over Jarno Aarons by submission. Janata Denise, you are hateful. Enjoy the banter. Enjoy the band, buddy. Hate. Shara Lampos Grigorou, that is a crazy name, versus Toshiomi Kazama. I don't have anything for that, but Chris Gutierrez versus Kwang Li. I'm interested in it because the Chinese fighter is highly touted, and you know, very early on in his career, undefeated. That's probably one of the most interesting fights on the card for me. Chelsea Handler for getting cut from the UFC. I'm over here talking about you going behind the dumpster at rest stops, and you ain't mad about that. You mad about Canadian teams don't win cups. Oh my God. Oh my God. So, yeah. So my predictions for this card: Chelsea Handler for getting cut from the UFC. Probably Pani Kianzad probably wins over Caro Hosa. Carl Williams, if he doesn't gas out, he should be able to do something. But if I'm not mistaken, Carl Williams has fought at 205, but now fighting at 265? Is it the same fighter I'm thinking of? Danny Barlow, I think, is a guy that missed weight by 3.5 pounds, so he could suck off. Oh, no. He's the one that missed by 1/4 pound. Can you imagine, like, losing by a hamburger, yo? Can you imagine losing 20% of your purse by, like, a fast food burger? That's crazy. He is fighting up against a guy named Nikolai Veretennikov. You gotta see these comments, Mrs. Evil. Oh my God. But $20 being $20 is actually a real thing because $20 is $20. You know, okay?
He said, "The fuck."
I really wish Captain Paul was here for this exchange.
You hurt his heart.
Sounds kind of gay. We don't monetize these streams, so if you want us to be able to survive, hit the donate fucking button. The what is it? I was about to say the cash
I'm gonna
app.
go
We
eat
don't
dinner.
have a cash app.
If anyone is eating, what are you having for dinner or snack or midnight?
Do you want to
snack?
say this name?
Dan Nikolai Veretennikov.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get you
By the
to
tentacle?
entertain the people by getting your
By sounding like an idiot.
by no, or just putting your tongue in
Oh, God,
very
I'm gonna
weird
get my dinner.
weird
I'm gonna get
awkward
my dinner.
situations. Yeah. So Chepe Mariscal is the one that missed by 1.5 kilos. Yo. Dan Johnson said, hit the donate button to get humiliated. Yeah, right. Hilarious. You know what is hilarious though? Don't go nowhere. Because we're going to have to address
Why?
this. We're going to have to
I'm
address
trying
this.
to get my dinner.
We're going to have to address this. We have been on Dan Jensen's neck because his butt buddy John Jones
God.
went, oh my God, but he's saying to fight this guy, so he should just fight that guy. Now, he just announced he's going to retire after that fight.
This is what you're talking about.
What do you have to say for yourself, Mr. Jensen? You can't tell none of us. You can never say again that John Jones is not ducking actual contenders. He's gonna go fight a guy who is on pension, who is an old man.
Can I go warm up my chicken now?
I'm warming up this chicken.
Oh, God. Can I warm up my chicken?
What do you have to say for yourself and your boy who is doing everything he can to avoid fighting the guy who won the interim title and has already defended it? I'm gonna be retired at age 37. Banner. If I was gonna choose a 50 Cent song, I don't know what you heard about me. Okay. But I think that I would probably be able to go to a darker place in my mind if I came out to Many Men. Many men with death upon me, blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I think I would be more in that mindset of like going to war. If I walked out to Many Men. Could you imagine if I said that other shit? That shit would have been pause worthy as hell. Hell no, I ain't saying that shit. The Instagram comment from the wife beater himself, the fiance beater extraordinaire, John Jones. I'm gonna be retired at 37. Life is yeah, we saw that. What do you have to say for yourself, Dan Jensen? We have been talking directly about our our insinuation that that John Jones was going to do what it took to avoid fighting real contenders at heavyweight, right? And damn, you can't tell me that I'm just a John Jones hater because I gave him his props when he promptly undressed Cyril Gane. That was impressive as hell. But after that, you're supposed to fight. You're supposed to fight the real contenders in the division, not go get some guy that we haven't. The last time we saw Miocic was over 4 years ago. Getting, you know how? Do you know what has happened to the guy that knocked him out? Yo, Jensen is mad. Yo. Oh, he is mad. Whoa. Do you know what has happened since the last time Stipe Miocic was in a cage looking up at the lights? Nobody would have told me. Nobody could have told me that John Jones would fight before Stipe Miocic would. After John Jones lost to Dominic Reyes. Nobody could have made me believe. Hey, Gottfried Wegenmiller, what's up? You know what's really funny about that, Dan? Because I've been thinking, Daniel Cormier also kind of started asking this question because Dana White was not really talking that John Jones is the GOAT stuff. He wasn't talking that until after Conor McGregor won his last fight in the UFC. And he's had a lot of negative things to say about John Jones up until Conor McGregor lost the ability to win fights in the UFC. He always has to have a golden boy to help him sell pay-per-views, which I just don't... I'm very skeptical about any claims of, you know what. Now, Dana White in a recent post-fight press conference said he does not think that John Jones would retire after fighting Stipe if he should win. And he didn't, but I think Stipe said something about retiring if he won, if I'm not mistaken. I think Stipe says he's looking to retire probably either way. But he probably just wants the payday. Because we know municipal employees are not paid the way they're supposed to. So he might be the world's most courageous fighting firefighter. But we know that he's not getting the paychecks that he should be getting. So he wants that, what he thinks is going to be a red panty night. Right? But I think that Stipe Miocic is the only one who looks good in all of this. He's taken a fight that he is going to get demolished in. John Jones might end this guy's life. And we all know it's going to happen. As a matter of fact, if there is not another title fight on that card, we're not going to cover it. We're not going to waste $85 or however much it costs. We're not going to waste all of this money for an outcome that's already predetermined. It is the biggest mismatch since that one chick had to fight Valentina in her debut and get punched in the head 200 plus times on the ground while the referee just stood there and did nothing. We all know that John Jones is going to beat Stipe within an inch of his life. We all know it. And John Jones is going to leave the game because he doesn't want to fight who we really should be looking at as the actual champion. Right? We really should be looking at the Englishman as the real champion, because it doesn't matter what happens in November. Both of those fighters are going to retire. And one of the crazy things about it is they're going to retire and they don't have to fight Aspinall. That's his name. Right? And then okay.
Your sister?
There's fruits and vegetables on this paper bag you just handed me. So, it's the kind of cowardice from John Jones that I know that I've kind of joked about it in the past, but I didn't think he was actually going to try to retire after Stipe. I didn't think that he was going to try to do that. I thought that he was going to, and then be like, surprise, I'm actually going to unify the titles. I'm going to beat the crap out of Aspinall and solidify myself as the best fighter of all time. How are you supposed to solidify your legacy by beating an old, beat-up, retired guy? Wow, you actually said it, right? Dana is such a grimy pimp. If the fighters unionized, he would speak with his chest a lot less, probably. Because he wasn't speaking with his chest like that when the Boston Mob was coming after him. He wasn't speaking with his chest then. Gottfried says, at least the Golden Boy will make the bookmakers happy. I don't think so. I don't think anybody is going to actually bet on that fight. In fact, I think everybody is going to put money on John Jones and they're going to close the books. That's what's going to happen. Nobody's going to put money on Stipe. Putting money on Stipe would make the bookmakers happy. Putting money on John Jones, no. No. You're gonna have to make a $1,000 bet to make $1. Dan Jensen says, who are you and anybody else telling Jones to fight when to stop fighting? Up to him when he stops. Oh my God. Oh my God, Dan. Oh my God. And again, I stand very I stand by my words when I say if it was any other fighter, you would not have the same opinion. If it was any other fighter ducking the real contender, you'd call it out. But it's okay when John does it. Let me see. There's supposed to be something in here. Close that thing there. I believe this one is yours. It's his right to stop fighting when actual contenders are on the horizon. If he only wants to beat up on old retired people, that's his right. John Jones shouldn't have to fight real contenders. He's gonna show he's the best by avoiding all the real competition. Yeah, we have a lot of respect for fighters that dodge competition, Dan. And you know what? That would be a good question, Dan. And we could have let John Jones get away with it if he wasn't going to retire after that fight. We already know that he's going to beat Stipe inside of a minute and a half. 90 seconds tops.
Hi, Godfrey.
He's not gonna break a sweat. That fight will end inside of 90 seconds. I think we all know that fight is gonna end inside of 90 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
After he beats Stipe, and remember, he's gonna go through his training camp and do what he does. He's not gonna break a sweat. He's not gonna take any damage, but he's gonna turn around and retire right after that.
I think Dan is going la 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 la.
Yeah, it's going in one ear, out the other. I don't want to hear any more about him being the GOAT from you or anybody else going forward. Because that's really what that is.
Fighting with this chicken.
Now that's real competition. You fighting that chicken.
Ah. How are you, Godfrey?
I'm very much less interested in the Hummer EV than when it was announced. No, he's not. He's not. Ducking real fights doesn't make you the GOAT. That decidedly loses. I mean, he's already a multiple-time cheater. So there's that. And he lost to Dominic Reyes, and he lost to the other Russian-type guy. So those are 2 fights that he lost. And he's cheated multiple times. So that's 2 more fights that he lost. No, wait, that's 3. Actually, he actually got caught cheating 3 times. So that's 5 fights that he lost. No, you can't be the GOAT with 5 losses on your record. Oh, my bad. He's got 6 because he has the illegal elbow loss. And he should have a 7th loss because of the illegal knee that he hit Anthony Smith with in a title fight. So he should have 7 losses on the record. That's not the GOAT. That's not the GOAT.
This chicken is delicious.
That beef and broccoli. Korean style. Are we talking about the U.S. Constitution? I couldn't help myself. Yeah, you know, John Jones lost to Gustafson. He lost to Gustafson. He lost to Reyes. That's 2. He got caught cheating in 3 fights. That's 5. The illegal elbow, the illegal 12-6 elbow. That's 6. And the illegal knee on Anthony Lionheart Smith. That's 7 losses on his record. And that doesn't even count all the awful things he's done outside the cage. That's not the GOAT. I don't even give my favorite fighter, Khabib. I don't even give him the GOAT. He missed weight 5 times. I can't even give my favorite fighter the GOAT. He's out of the conversation. As far as I'm concerned, Khabib's got 5 losses on his record. You know how I feel about weight missers. Mm-hmm. Now, this guy that missed by a McDonald's hamburger, I kind of feel bad for him.
Which one, Williams or
it was it was Danny Barlow. Mm. Danny Barlow missed by a McDonald's hamburger, a quarter pound. I don't know if you were paying attention when I was talking about it, but they said the doc, you know, he had more than an hour to come back a second time and weigh in after losing a quarter pound. And the doctor was like, no, it's unsafe for him to lose a quarter of a pound. Well, if it's unsafe for him to lose that amount of weight, then cancel the fight because the dude is going to die in the cage. Mm-hmm. If a quarter pound is really that big of a difference, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I didn't tell a single lie. Dominic Reyes outperformed him 3 rounds to 2. That's a loss. Gustafsson outperformed him 3 rounds to 2. That's a loss. Illegal 12-6 elbow. That's a loss. The illegal knee to Anthony Smith. And we already see how he handles when he takes severe damage. He goes out there and asks for some more. That should be another loss.
Ooh, good kick.
3 different fights where he tested positive for PEDs. That's 3 more losses. I didn't say anything that's untrue. It's a matter of public record. Like, you can go look these things up. There's video of him hitting Anthony Lionheart Smith with a crazy illegal knee while he's downed. Right? They only got him on the 12-6 elbow 1 time. And then the judges were sucking his cock on 2 other occasions. And he popped for PEDs after 3 different fights. This is a matter of public record. Like, I didn't make any of this up. You can't be the GOAT with that.
I don't know if Williams is going to be able to stand up in round 3.
Well, he is a black man, so he doesn't check calf kicks.
No, he's not.
Yeah, so I thought it was another dude. This is a different Williams. I might have been thinking about Chaos Williams.
Maybe.
I think I saw his face in my mind. Right? Khabib is one of the most dominant fighters ever, but he missed weight 5 times.
We know.
For the GOAT conversation, that's 5 losses. You can't be the GOAT with that. And he's my favorite fighter of all time. Come on, man. You know, people talking GSP. Okay, Mighty Mouse. I probably would pick Mighty Mouse. I'm trying to think if anybody else is in the conversation. Not really. It certainly ain't Stipe. It's not Ngannou. It ain't Aldo. We've seen him get knocked out too many times. It definitely isn't Conor McGregor. Although, you know, Dana would love to be able to say that. Because, you know, money. Why should we turn off the back wall TV?
Is it too bright?
I was hoping he was going to say that.
My hands are dirty.
I was...
Hey, you get the remote.
Self-control. Okay? Self-control is a virtue, guys. Can you imagine that our channel gets taken down because I obliged a viewer with a reflection? can't see that shit, man.
Video's clever.
But now the ring light is like creating like a hood halo, you know, because it's got to be off to the side. That was pretty racist, right?
You said it.
Yep. Still racist.
You can watch Williams get kicked in the leg a bunch of times. He's just asking for it.
Why does he have that bald spot? Like, maybe his hair just thin. But it looks like there's a bald spot on the side of his crown. Look at that leg is now really. Oh! Yo, he made him break dance with that left hand. He made him break dance. That was crazy. Oh, Denise, you gotta stay on your feet. You gotta stay on your feet. You gotta stay on your feet, man. No! No, that was breakdancing, yo. That was some real breakdancing, yo. That dude was beatboxing. I would say, you know what they should do in the UFC? They should do like Mortal Kombat, right? When somebody is doing the Texas two-step like that,
Finish him.
Finish him. And you're not allowed to like try to grab him. You're not allowed to try to like hold them on the ground. You have to just do that. You have to do that weird fucking dance. And then they give the fighter, they just throw like a PlayStation controller in there, and he has to like try to do like the button combination.
Oh, I thought we were getting.
And then like an actual.
When you said throw it, and I was like, oh.
No, like if he gets the right button combination, an actual finisher happens, like a dismemberment or.
Oh, I was thinking the tool for the dismemberment would be tossed into the cage.
Yeah, you got to get the button combination out right, and then
I'd rather the sword be.
And then one might appear and.
Baseball bat or.
Oh wow! All right, it's starting to get dark. It's starting to get dark. Now you're just gonna lay on them after basically about the Brazilian here. I hope they don't give Williams this win. I would be very unhappy if they gave him this win. Because that dude took a left hand from hell, and then he was like, oh my god, I gotta grab you. I gotta grab you, man. I'm getting beat up. I would never want to win like this. Never. I would never ever want to win like this.
Well, his leg hurt.
It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt that much when he started dancing. The dude just started breakdancing. Can you do that on a leg that really hurts? Yo, that crazy man. Oh, Simple Plan. Isn't that a band you like?
I only like one song.
Oh. I don't even know if there is a GOAT in MMA. I mean, DJ is like up there. He's like on the Mount Rushmore. Banner. Banner man. Oh man. Oh man. Yo, that was one of the most impressive displays of breakdancing I've ever seen in the cage.
Oh no.
Did you just lose?
I lost.
Oh, you didn't lose a tomato. That would be,
No.
or a cucumber. That's the real tragedy, right? That was just like the old Quiznos commercials.
It had a good amount of salad dressing on it.
We're not crying about salad dressing. We're not.
But I just finished the bottle. There's no more of that one.
You'll be alright.
No, I won't.
Yo.
Howdy. Would you like to join?
You're the last person on planet Earth I would think would wear that
You
shirt.
should see her sneakers.
Yeah.
You have to see the
Are they
full.
what is it? 94s? 95s?
Awful.
MX 95s?
You have to see the full outfit.
Awful.
Thank you.
just awful.
I want you to feel strongly about my outfits. Love or hate, either way. I got what I wanted.
The Habib,
A reaction.
that too.
Yeah. Alright,
Let me see. Goat is a misnomer. You can't cross errors. You can't cross weight classes. And any given night, anybody can lose,
Chop, chop.
except for Habib.
Huh?
Chop chop.
Yeah, chill.
Gaethje that walloped Tony. Give me that guy. The Ngannou that nuked Stipe. I'd want him to defend 100 times. The Habib that took Connor's soul seemed unbeatable. Yeah. Have I had ring time? No. I mean, I fought like in the streets when I was a teenager. Very unsuccessfully. But, no. But I would like to get some gym time in. But right now, my priority is bodybuilding. Right now, that's my priority.
Yeah.
Just see you.
I'll be back in a second, y'all. You know, got the whole family thing, you know. Here. Oh, so you can have salad dressing for it?
Sorry, we have a guest leaving. Take that off. Sorry, excuse me. Excuse me. We did have. I'll let him answer that if he hasn't already. Hi. You look really sleepy. Lay down. Relax. You did have to wake up early this morning. Sorry. Relax. Oh, I thought that's what you were asking for.
No,
So I could definitely assist you with that.
making something else, but why not?
So we did book the flight, Godfrey. One of our viewers, Godfrey, he lives in Germany.
Oh,
Yeah. So we did book the tickets. We are arriving. Please hold. The last Saturday in September, which I think is the 27th. Yeah, so we are leaving the 26th, but we're taking an overnight flight. So we are arriving Friday morning. Yeah, 6:30 a.m. We arrive really early. 6:30 a.m. on Friday the 27th. And then the race is on Sunday, and then we are leaving Wednesday the 9th. Yeah, I think we're leaving Wednesday. So, it'll be fun! Do you have any suggestions, Godfrey, of neighborhoods that might be best to stay? Because I still haven't booked a hotel, but because we intend on doing the stream that Saturday, and I need to be able to sleep and be awake by 5 a.m. 5 a.m. is normally the time where that time we'd be ending the stream. So I wouldn't be able to do the stream. Dr. Evil would be able to. So anyway, long story short, trying to find a hotel where there are separate rooms, a suite, so that I can sleep in peace in preparation for the race, and Dr. Evil could do the show. But if there are any neighborhoods that you suggest that might be good for out-of-towners, appreciate any suggestions. We're probably going to stay somewhere around the park where the start and finish line are for the marathon. I forgot the name of the park. Godfrey says, I really don't like Berlin in general, but I could tell you where not to go. That's helpful information too. If you have a do not do list, don't do X. I will take those suggestions as well. Hold on. What's the park name? Yeah, the name of the park we are staying, or not that we're staying near, but I'm going to attempt to stay near, is Grocer Tiergarten. That main big park. So, yeah, I'm going to try to find a place around there. I know Dr. Evil is likely going to visit Gold's Gym. I did find a Gold's Gym in Berlin. Yeah, Gold's Gym Fitness Studio. So he's probably going to be there almost every day. He did the same thing when we went to London. But yeah. Remind me again how, from that park, about how far away are you? Like, how long would it take you to travel to that park? Let's see. Take a nap. Did you drink your thingy already? Drink it. I don't know why you're staying up. Sometimes thing 2 is like a 5-year-old. You know when 5-year-olds are fighting sleep like it's nap time, but they really don't want to nap? Gotcha. Alright, so Grocer Tiergarten's quite nice, but the Gorlitzer Park, am I pronouncing that correctly? I'm attempting to do German on Duolingo so I could at least maybe read some street signs, but I know if I attempt to speak it, it would be horrible. I will add that to my list of places not to go. It's like, yeah, full of drug lords. Okay, good to know. Let me see where that one is in proximity to where we may or may not be. Oh, I found it. Okay. Alright, so we'll try to stay away from there. Thank you for that, sir. Since after the race, we really only have time to explore most of Friday, a little bit of Saturday since I have to go to bed early, and Monday and Tuesday. For Godfrey, it's about 4 hours away by car or 5.5 by train. That's long. That's really, really long. Maybe there'd be a halfway point that would be worth visiting. Because we were thinking about seeing if there were any day trips that might be worth doing from Berlin. 5.5 hours that's a long train ride. I don't want to put you through a 5-hour plus ride if we don't need to. But we're trying to look up maybe day trips from Berlin that are maybe a couple of hours away that might be worth doing by hopping on the train. We considered going to Munich and staying there a couple of days, but we're not going to do that this time because that would just be a little too... The logistics for that would be a little too difficult for right now. If we visit Berlin or Germany in general a second time, we'd probably visit Munich and other places, but yeah, just staying city center. But yeah, let's continue to brainstorm that. I have nothing on the itinerary right now. I would love to visit some sort of automotive related place for Dr. Evil, because you guys already know about the cars that he drives, so I figured it would be cool if we could visit one of the museums or places for him to see that stuff. But yeah, I hope we get to see you. I know, David. David says, I'm gonna be honest, I can't muster any care for this card. Ditto. I'm not even, like it's on another window. I'm paying more attention to the chat and this salad than I am the fights. How is this the featured prelim too? I mean, yeah, they're ranked. But do they seem like the fighters you would want on the featured prelim? Let me sit over here. He'll be back in a minute. Even the names as I look at the other fighters, nothing. David goes, let's talk about something that matters to you, Mrs. Evil. How's training going? Now that you have conquered a couple of marathons. Well, I'll tell you the story about what happened to me this morning. If anyone wants to hear. Probably be more interesting than these ladies kicking each other. Training is going well. It's been very difficult to train this year because of the heat and humidity. Everyone is impacted by the heat and humidity, but imagine trying to run out in the heat and humidity. It's pretty awful. So the weekly mileage that I would love to do, which is, I would love to be, 25, 30 miles per week, is more like 18 to 20 something. So I've just been focusing on the time on my feet versus the actual number of miles. So let's say I had 4 miles planned for the day and it's just 90 degrees outside, which I think is 30 something degrees Celsius. I'm just not going to kill myself to go outside in that heat. So instead I will go on the treadmill and save 40 minutes. I don't care about how many miles I complete. I just need to do 40 minutes of work. So if you get back into running, I know you were also having trouble running, David, due to weather. Time on feet is just as important as the number of miles. I'm not worried about the number of miles, just complete the runs. There was a 5K that I did today in Harlem, which was pretty hilly. And I had my alarm set for 5 a.m. But that alarm was set for 5 a.m. on the weekday. And I happened to wake up at 6:45, the time that I should have been leaving my house to go to the race. So I tried to quickly drink some water, use the bathroom as many times as I could within a 15-minute span. And I ran that race on an empty stomach. And then had to stop at the porta potty in the middle of the race. This is pretty awful. I'm sorry, this is turning into TMI. Because the water that I had drank when I woke up suddenly decided to exit. But beyond that, training's going well. Since I finally purchased the plane tickets, I did this earlier this week for Berlin. I'm getting really, really excited about the trip because now it feels real. I have the tickets. So I'm super stoked about that. My YouTube feed is just like Berlin videos. How to travel, you know, on the U-Bahn, on the S-Bahn. Trying to learn all those things. I got the apps downloaded. It's getting fun. David says, I don't know if this is just a mentality thing, but treadmill isn't good for me in terms of running mentality. It's not just you. It doesn't simulate the weather you will face or quality change of running turf, concrete, asphalt, grass, dirt, if that makes sense. Ooh, her leg is torched. Oh, Rose is gonna win by leg kicks. I agree. It's not gonna simulate the weather or the terrain at all. The only type of condition you can attempt to simulate on a treadmill are just the inclines, the hills. So what some runners like to do, depending on how fast you actually run on the treadmill, Godfrey says also the U-Bahn could be as dangerous as in New York. That's good to know. We're normally very vigilant and aware of our surroundings. My mom is calling me. I'll call her back. But that is good to know. Thank you, sir. Usually when we travel, the first time we'll travel on the U-Bahn, we'll travel all together so that we get used to it. But we will be very cautious. Yes, they have the U-Bahn and then there's the S-Bahn. And my understanding is that the U-Bahn is typically underground and can sometimes be above ground, and the S-Bahn or the state, or that's the city train, that one is typically above ground, but sometimes goes below ground. I'm getting all of my information from YouTube, so correct me if YouTube gave me the wrong information. But yeah, on the treadmill could simulate hills. So I hate running on treadmills. But I would rather get 30 minutes on a treadmill than have missed, a run for the day. And then that's going to impact my training overall. But if I have a choice of being outside in the pouring rain and then a treadmill, I'm probably going to choose the pouring rain. Although there have been a few times where I skipped the pouring rain if if the weather was really bad. So if it's just like a downpour, a steady rain, I'll run through that. So that because of, as you stated, being able to simulate, the weather, the quality you'll run through. But if the weather is like thunder and lightning and actually dangerous conditions, then I'm gonna opt for treadmill. But yeah, your question absolutely makes sense. Kratos says or asks, have any of the marathons ever been televised? Yes. The New York City Marathon is televised, although by the time I begin running, they're not televising that part. So there are over 50,000 people who participate in New York City Marathon, I think, as well as the Berlin Marathon. That one is 50,000 plus. So they're going to televise the very beginning, which is all of the... Ooh, do we have a little blood? Ooh, she's bleeding down her forehead. They're going to televise the very beginning where you have the professionals running. So they'll make it on TV and, you know, you get to see their faces and
Damn,
who won.
Jensen must be really mad. He disappeared from the chat.
Oh. Dan, there's blood. But the professional runners start off at like 7:30 a.m. Me being a back of the pack runner, because they have to stagger the starts, meaning they'll start
there's
with
a
like
lot of blood.
a
Are they
few
both
thousand.
bleeding?
No, only one. So a big group will start off at like 7:30, another group will go at 8, another group at 8:30, and then they'll stagger the start at about, you know, every 30 minutes or so. I am not actually starting until like 11.
Does your treadmill come with a carrot on a stick? Oh my god.
About 11:30. So, yeah, they're televised, but I won't.
Kratos
You won't
is
be able to see
having
me.
a moment right now in the chat. Okay, now I know why Kian Zod has blood on her.
Yep, it's right there. I'm just trying to open it up some more. Godfrey says, there are a couple of places I could suggest if you like nature more than sights. I like both.
I just don't want to get like bitten by any ticks or any other bad stuff in nature.
So there's a place about 60 kilometers away from Berlin, or one that's about 250 kilometers, which is not far from where Godfrey lives. So Godfrey is about a 4-hour drive away from Berlin, or 5.5 hour by train. It's like,
I mean, that would be the whole fucking day.
yeah, and I was
And
like,
just in travel.
maybe we could look up a halfway point or something, but I don't want to have him travel all that time. Yeah, like you said, that takes up the day. Polychaser, hello. Does your treadmill come with a carrot on a stick? So, I'm going to kind of kill your joke a little bit. I'm allergic to carrots. So no, unless you wanted to, and I don't have an EpiPen. So you can't put a carrot on a stick because I'm allergic to carrots. If you put a brownie on a stick, hey, motherfucker, get out of here. I'm trying to answer questions and eat.
Whap! Get out of here.
Sit down.
Oh, my legs. Oh.
Alright. David's coming. We got into running because we were all like, this is fucking boring. Let's talk about something else.
Until people started bleeding.
Yeah.
And then Kratos jumped back into chat. Have
David
any of
says,
the marathons ever been televised? Yeah, the New York City Marathon.
I just answered that question.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
That's why I was talking about the staggered starts. The professionals, they start running at 7:30 a.m. They get on TV. I start running at 11:30 a.m. I'm not on TV. But yeah, they get televised.
Right.
David says, running in the rain is so nice. Just you and your thoughts. Yeah.
Elsa's mad. Yeah, because she got beat up.
I think it was last Thursday. I got to run in the rain. That was great. And it wasn't windy. It was a nice, just steady rain that
But
came
you
down.
were soggy.
I was soggy as fuck. Like you hear the squelching sounds as you step. I love running in the rain.
So when Joy walking escorted her to the bathroom, I was like, yep, she's soggy.
So when I came on Thursday, I'm just standing by the door with like my sneakers in my hand, and they're super heavy. And she takes them and brings them to the bathroom for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the dirt is on the floor, right? The bugs that give you, like, weird viruses and or bacteria your body has never been exposed to, taking your life is something completely different. Like, I'm used to the dirt of New York City. I am not used to the novel disease communicating, other stuff,
Oh, it's the top of her nose. I thought she was bleeding here.
Yeah, her nose is pretty messed up. They couldn't even wipe all the blood off of her.
Godfrey says, so maybe the carrot is on the back of the treadmill? Good idea. It's like a run for my life.
I almost showed her the carrot before I came on
Oh my god.
there.
So Kratos says, my treadmill came with a fully cooked steak on a stick. Stick and a stick. Say that 5 times fast.
Nah. It's kind of gay.
Stick on a stick.
Oh, wow, Banner. You know what's really crazy, Banner?
TSP after
I actually heard about the Houston, Texas, United States. When I heard about like the STD rates, including HIV, I'm like, listen, I don't want to even use the bathroom in the airport in Houston. I don't want to sit on the toilet. I will shut off my dating apps while I'm traveling in Houston. I don't think that I will ever smash a chick from Texas. Like, I'm so scared. I mean, they were 5-figure people in a week getting diagnosed with the HIV. Not worth it, y'all. I know that for a lot of guys, getting laid is the end-all be-all. Nah, son. Nah, son.
And that would be the end all.
And
that,
then
that one
Yeah,
session.
yeah. And then it's like
The end.
yeah, and then like who wants your radioactive semen after that? Ryan Fry, what up?
Hi, Ryan.
And boy, I know Ryan. Boy, I know.
Holly Chaser, tell us how you're doing. You came in with a carrot on the stick joke.
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
Regina, Saskatchewan is the #1 chlamydia capital in all of Canada.
We're number 1.
I mean, you're not like #1 for Stanley Cups, but chlamydia is a nice consolation prize. I wanted to grab my phone and text Cap. I'm like, listen, Cap, I'm giving David Banner that business. that hockey business.
Polly Chaser's comment.
Yeah, Polly Chaser, man. Don't be chasing bugs. Even the bacteria, you're not guaranteed to be able to get rid of that.
Kebab?
Text Paul, I have something to say about that crusty hat. Oh wait, he doesn't show up on Saturdays. That's the truth.
Not wrong. Should I get more of these?
He said, you are making me itchy. I told the story on this podcast and on my other channel. There was a chick that I thought was cute, and she thought that she was better than me, and so she thought that a friend of mine looked better than me, so she went to go give him her cookie, and when he went to go put his face in the place and eat the snacks, he found like basically a war zone. And he was like, nah, I'm good. And then she got offended that he didn't want to eat her snacks when it was like pockmarked with the spent shells
I'm still eating.
of her previous sexcapades. And she was actually offended that he didn't want to smash. And it's like, yo, dudes that are not burning don't want what you got. Polly Chaser says, you know what they say, no matter how cute she might be, somewhere is sick and tired of her ish. That's a different conversation, but not really. That is a different conversation, but not really. You know what I'm saying? But imagine, Kratos, yeah, we know we wouldn't smash, but imagine he was about to, from downtown, put his face into place. And had to back up. Skirt! So, he's on fire! Exactly. And like, imagine that chick actually thinking that she was superior to me and he's not good looking enough for me. And then my friend was like, yo, you are burning too much for me. If it wasn't for you guys, I would be asleep right now. This card fucking sucks.
It's too early. Don't sleep yet.
And no fight thus far has even been decent. I mean, we did get Yusuf Zalal getting a finisher with the crippler crossface. And we did see a black guy do his normal black guy thing by not checking kicks and then...
But I don't think either were exciting enough to be like, oh, this card is okay.
But then he did. We actually saw a breakdancing performance. I mean, we normally don't get to see like a full-on breakdancing performance in the UFC.
It wasn't enough. We wanted more.
Oh yeah. When there is time and we can get into the lab at the same time, because I think that it's I think that it is a good topic that should be covered. You know, I have not forgotten about the theme, Kratos. Are there Chinese guys doing Chinese things? And if so, what? Wow, he's definitely trying to get us banned.
Well, the card isn't entertaining, so, you know, we need something.
Yeah, Banner, I ain't touching that. Dan is mad because his boy John Jones got outed for being the weak bitch that he is. John Jones announced this week that he is going to retire.
Did we really lose Dan?
Yeah, we lost Dan a long time ago.
Don't make Dan go away.
I mean, it's not my fault that John Jones is a bitch trying to avoid fighting Tom Aspinall. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. Oh, it ain't my fault. Yep, he disappeared like, I don't know, like 40 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's not my fault that John Jones...
Let's see, and the dark matter. Let me see. Are those, Godfrey, are those on...
I did get Dark Matter in Black Ops 3.
Museum Island? I was looking that up. I know that that's in the city center. What they call Museum Island.
Hey, Polly Chaser, I mean, I just said the truth. And he got mad. Well, I mean, Dan is mad because there have been too many women on this card.
Thank you.
He took an aspirin and a cold towel on his head. Oh, man. Yeah. And I did start it, though. I did start it. because I was just like, listen. But actually, it wasn't me that started it. John Jones started it. He's the one that put out that tweet talking about, oh, I'm going to try to avoid fighting Tom Aspinall. I'm going to go beat up on an old man and then run away instead of uniting the... And it's like, dude, if you're going to do that shit, then just relinquish the title. That's not a real championship fight. That's not a real championship fight. I could say this, Polly Chaser, and Captain Paul would be proud of me. Mystery meat is real meat. That's what Captain Paul. Oh man.
I tried to put up Museum of Illusions in Google Maps. And it's just giving me the New York ones and the Philly one. And Toronto, Canada.
Of course you started it. You are a fucking instigator, Evil. Yeah, guilty as charged. Oh man, so many Captain Paul references today, man.
Alright, I got all these locations saved on Google Maps.
Isn't that the movie we watched yesterday, The Instigators? I think that's what it was called.
I think that's what it was called.
Ryan Fry. John Jones is the biggest cheater in UFC history, as per USADA. It's a real shame. Could have been the GOAT. Yeah, Dan Jensen's never coming back now. He's like, yo, they're still piling on. Too many coincidences, etc. for him to constantly play it off, dick pills, etc., etc. Yeah. You know, but also, you know, he was awarded 2 wins that he should have been awarded losses. The Gustafsson fight and the Reyes fight, he lost those fights. And he hit Anthony Lionheart Smith with an illegal knee while he was down. He should have been disqualified for that. And the 12-6 elbow, he did get disqualified. Now everybody's trying to change the rules retroactively. Right? So that's 7 different fights where John Jones proved that he's not the GOAT. And some people, they get upset when they hear the truth. You know? But I also said my favorite fighter of all time, which is not John Jones. In my count, he's got 6 losses on him. He's got 5 losses on his record because he missed weight 5 different times in his career. So if you lost weight, if you miss weight, which I count as cheating, Sportsnet cut off UFC to show Olympics. Boo!
There aren't many events happening.
You know, but
so
I give John Jones credit where it's due. The way he beat Cyril Gahn, he beat him like he owned his family or something. Like John Jones, like I thought that Cyril Gahn was going to give him problems with the distance. And the and he just went in there and just enveloped him with wrestling and made Cyril Gahn look like he didn't belong in the UFC. I give John Jones the credit that he's due, but only the credit he's due, and nothing more. You know, and you know I also proved that I am fair and neutral in these situations because I give Habib the same treatment that I give John Jones, and he didn't pop for PEDs. You know, I took points away from Habib for missing weight. Who do we think is the most deserving champ of the championship belt at light heavyweight? I guess it would have to be Alex. Alex is shitting on everybody at light heavyweight right now. You know, he's legitimate. John Jones is claiming that after he beats this old retired fighter, he's going to retire. And it's John Jones saying this stuff. Gon was terrified of Jones. Ain't no such thing as halfway fighters.
She's wearing gray.
Oh, man. I think I might be able to develop a little bit more.
I'm going to leave him alone for a moment. Enjoy.
That's her way of saying, I'm not jealous. As soon as he stepped backwards, he lost. It reminded me of that fight between Khamzat Chimaev and Gerald Mearshart III, right? Everybody built up Khamzat after that fight, but it was really GM3 that was basically scared of getting taken down and backed up to the side of the cage and took one shot and crumpled like a paper bag, right? We don't know if Khamzat is actually a better fighter than Gerald Mearshart, but Gerald Mearshart is the reason that we don't actually have the answer to that question. And David Banner might have a point. I think that if Gon actually thought that he belonged in the ring with John Jones, perhaps that fight goes a little bit longer than it actually did. Banner goes on to say Alex would make a mistake going to heavyweight. It's different beating on people that walk around 30 pounds lighter than you. But as soon as you face someone your size, mind you got KO by Izzy, shit gets real. Well, I don't completely agree with that, Banner, for only one reason. He walks around at about 230 from what I understand. And a lot of these light heavyweight fighters walk around about 230. It was, if you want to say that he was a weight bully when he was cutting down to 185, I would give you that. But I think it's unfair to say that Alex is walking around so much bigger than his opponents at light heavyweight. I think size-wise those guys are matched up well. He's just catching them. And the thing is, when I look at him, I don't see the world's greatest Muay Thai footwork, but you know? Do you think the fights on average have become less exciting? If so, why do you think that is? Part of there's two reasons for that. Number one, and we're just talking about what's going on in 2024 right now. The UFC basically put a whole bunch of fighters who are or used to be champions on the same card at UFC 300. So you don't have these fights that are spread out for all the cards, and so you get fights that may not be the highest quality in terms of fan interest getting moved up the card where they normally wouldn't be. That would be the excuse for 2024 in general. And I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and I'm pretty firm in my stance here. I think that if you look at the different eras of mixed martial arts, where we had the different art forms where one guy would be a master at whatever and then fight the master of a different discipline, and then when boxers were starting to get submitted by BJJ guys, and sumo wrestlers were getting their head kicked. I think one practitioner got his head stomped on. You started seeing, grappling is something that's useful, and then you started to see more brawlers and more so-called mixed martial artist types that they got their start in one art form, but then they started to mix in other disciplines. And then you started to kind of get to that really nice place in the 2010s where, the high level fighters, they had their specialties, but they were starting to really understand some of the other disciplines. But now that we're in the 2020s, what I think is happening is that the understanding of all of the specialties is starting to get to the point where a lot of stuff that used to be effective are no longer effective. And we talked about this recently, a few fights this year, where you will see fighters use the Kimura lock as a way to change or force a change of positions, when back in the days guys used to get their shoulders and elbows popped from getting caught in Kimuras. But what did these coaches do? They say, hey, this is how you guys are getting caught in the Kimura. This is how you guys are getting caught. So let's figure out ways to defend against this. The Americana, the Kimura. There was a time where guys were getting caught a lot by rear naked choke. Guys started to be able to develop ways to defend against that. The head and arm choke, less effective as a finisher than it used to be. The triangle, arm in and arm out. The triangle isn't catching people like it used to. So over time, you see that these fighters are going in and they're seeing how guys are getting caught, and they're like, listen, we need to be able to defend against this. And they go and they drill and they drill and they drill. And then you start to find ways where fighters are saying, oh, if I just turn my body just a little bit, if I just change the angle of my body, I can fight out of this position, this submission position that guys used to basically be like, oh, I got caught, tap. Now they're trying to they know that they can get out of these situations. So there was an era just before the pandemic and through the pandemic where guys started using that outside calf kick. It used to be the inside leg kick that they used to try to disrupt the movement of their opponents. And then, a couple of guys were not able to continue to stand after getting hit with the outside calf kick, and then everybody started doing it. What do you think those guys did when they saw that people were getting their legs kicked off? Well, they said, we're going to find ways to counter this leg kick because it's starting to take over the UFC. What we're going to do? As soon as somebody goes to throw an outside leg kick, a calf kick, we're going to counter with a straight punch from the other side. And while they're committing to that leg kick, we could score knockdowns, even if they just lost their balance, connecting that and making them sit down on the ground after connecting, direct countering that leg kick. Now you're starting to see that, guys that were starting to rack up leg kick KOs, that was not as effective as it used to be, right? We saw Marlon Vera fight Sean O'Malley and get fucking destroyed. Once O'Malley kind of closed the gap in his training to not allow the calf kick to become an issue, then what are you going to do? So I think that a lot of the techniques that, became the wave of the day, coaches and fighters, they're going back into the lab right after they lose the fight on Saturday. They're going right back and they're drilling on Monday to make the outcome be different when people try these techniques. So you see the different eras of MMA and the different things that people do to be effective. And now you're starting to see that they don't have Taekwondo standalone in the United States like that anymore. They don't have, just BJJ. A lot of the BJJ studios also have Muay Thai or kickboxing or some sort of. Now they're just calling it. That was illegal. That was a legal knee. That was legal.
Both his hands were on the ground when the knee made contact.
No, look, his arm is right there. He was like this.
Both hands were on the ground, and when he made contact, that's when one of the hands started to come up.
No, look.
Oh, that one.
Look,
Well,
He only has one hand down. And look, and when he landed it, his hand, he got pulled up. So he was not actually.
well, it seems like they're going with the one hand down rule.
No, but the thing is, he pulled him up. So before the knee landed, he
No, the
pulled
knee
his
landed.
hand. No. What I'm saying is, as he was throwing the knee, the knuckles were still down, but he pulled the knuckles up off the ground. Right, you'll watch right here. And he pulls him up. Boom. See, the hand is already up, and then he hits him
Well,
with the knee.
we're watching this after many replays.
And he replays, right. So the thing is that they're going to have to let him know that was not an illegal knee. They're going to have to let him know that. That was not illegal.
Right. But
It looked illegal in real time, but it wasn't.
In that moment, I think that's still a good warning for what's-his-face, because
I think
it could
Herzog
be-
is looking for the replay officials, I think.
it may or may not be coincidence that the knee happened to land when the knuckles were off the floor.
Yeah. But now he's starting to milk it. It was legal. And I really hope they go and look at that replay. That was legal.
No, it's a shitty card anyway, so what do we expect?
Yeah. Yeah, so, I think that you're starting to see where you can't just be a specialist at anything anymore. Look, knuckles have already, as soon as he lands it, the knuckles were already off the ground.
But the point that I'm making with the warning to the guy, as he's making the strike, the knuckles are still on the ground. So in his mind, is he conscious, is he being aware or mindful of, I'm about to throw illegal or illegal?
But I think
shot.
But I think that everybody knows that's the rule. So he might have started to throw it and lift him up at the same time, and that's what I thought he was going for there.
Yeah. It didn't seem like it was obvious that was his intention, but
Yeah,
we can only speculate.
well, I mean, I have seen where fighters have talked exactly about lifting fighters to try to land that knee. But I think that when Herzog looks at the replay, he'll admit that he got it wrong. But he should have. But what I think that he got it wrong. I don't think that he got it wrong with the original call for the reason that you said. In the actual real time, it looked like an illegal knee. But then you go to the replay official just to make sure. And that's where I think that Herzog failed there. Only thing you had to do is ask for a replay. And then you look at the replay, okay, continue fighting. Oh. Is Kazama trying to lock this up? Another crippler crossface. One of the things I like about Kazama is that it looks like he is trying to use the threat of the rear naked choke in both directions. So he's not just a lefty choker. He's not just a righty choker. He can switch sides and really give Grigoriou some problems here. Let me look at some of the comments here. This is a pretty tense moment here. Okay, now he's just full guard. The more cynical answer is that the UFC has zero incentive to make Apex cards exciting. Their contract is secure with Disney ESPN, so why sacrifice your money makers for shit that you will make money on anyways? Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Cards are better in the 2000, 2010 eras as well because the UFC was the underdog in terms of eyeball. Social media changed the game. Shit, O'Malley headlining the Noche card simply because of the hype machine has their eyes on the target, and before your hater ass pipes up evil, say one O'Malley quote and I will drop it. I don't really listen to O'Malley like that. To drop quotes, excuse my ignorance, but would it not be more logical for fights to get more exciting as they are no longer the underdog? But here's the thing, Polychaser, like I was trying to explain, is that when everybody starts to learn how to defend against everything, right? When everybody starts defending against everything, then it becomes harder and harder to get finishes. And that's where a lot of the excitement is for most fight fans. Banner says, I wonder if the ease of access to footage on fighters as well as the entirety of MMA as a whole being globalized as whole give fighters an edge in training as a whole. That's what you meant to say. Give fighters an edge in training as well as in being in a mental game. Shit, 20 years ago, who would go to Dagestan to train wrestling? That makes sense, Polly Chaser, but I'm old school. I follow who I follow. I don't have time for the rest of them. Okay. You mean it allows them to train to counter specific attacks of their opponents? Yeah. A lot of the footage, you know, the coaches, I mean, again, you know, this is also why baseball has changed to the 3 true outcomes. Either they walk, they strike out, or hit a home run. And that's because the analytics on all the hitters and all the pitchers, even down to where fielders on the infield and the outfield position themselves, you're seeing batting averages come down to the lowest. These are the lowest batting averages we've seen, like, ever. But that's because there's so much tape, you know, but it's not just tape on your opponents, it's tape on yourself. What are your own tendencies when you do your thing, right? When you do your thing, you know, are you kind of messing yourself? Oh man, I think he's about to kill him. You know, like if you, oh, that's a big elbow. That was a crazy elbow.
I think one more head bounce and it's done.
Yeah, I think if Gregorio actually wins this fight, it'll be because of that false downed opponent thing.
He should have stopped. His head bounced off the floor like 4 or 5 times now.
Nah, but he's not he's still defending intelligently. That's why Herzog is standing really close, but has not actually stopped the fight. Because he's looking to see what Kazama is actually going to do in these situations. Does he bounce his head and then like he spaces out? Or is he still actively trying to defend, which is what he's actually doing. He's actively defending. If you can see, you can believe. Training techniques have only gotten better. Shit. Would you rather catch a fish with a stick and string or see that you can buy a lure, bait, and rod? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Apologies, I used to watch UFC and K1 and some other stuff, but for some reason I lost interest, not even sure why or how. He probably just developed interest in other things, like many of us do. Please check my earlier boxing question. I don't watch boxing because boxing is like whoa, and you wanted the fight stopped.
Yeah, his head was bouncing off the floor. I was concerned for his brain.
Well, you should have been concerned for the other guy's something. Yeah, for me, I got out of watching boxing, Polly Chaser, when they really turned up the corruption. But I will say that that Mike Tyson was a special situation because Mike Tyson had a bully mentality where he beat you before you stepped in the ring, but he didn't have any cardio. So if you were able to make it to the 3rd round against Mike Tyson, you basically won the fight. But a lot of fighters didn't know that because he was so vicious in the first 15 seconds. And they really just did not want to, you know, he actually came at them like a wild animal. That he put fear in the hearts of men before the first bell ever rung. So you can't use your traditional boxing analysis and then bring up Mike Tyson. It's just, he's too much of an anomaly to use him as a prime example. Yeah. But
I think we're safe now, David. That was what, third round that ended?
Second.
Damn. All right. 2 fight packs?
But I mean, if you want to bring boxing into this conversation, Polychaser, I'd probably say that, I mean, what other techniques are there in boxing that can be learned? I don't know if there is another generation of boxers that is going to box in a more advanced way than any other era. I think that probably the sweet science probably entered its golden era in like the 60s or 70s. Oh, why it lost the appeal is the corruption. Easy. Corruption. Referees on the take, judges on the take, fighters taking dives, performance enhancing drugs, promoters are taking advantage of the fighters like David Banner is referring to. Real nasty stuff. Nasty stuff. Now I want everybody to ignore the fact that I just talked shit about triangles and he just finished it with a triangle. But the thing is, like, I'm not talking shit about triangles. What I'm saying is that the game has become so fine-tuned that it's getting to the point where is a lot more of these fights are going to start becoming war of attrition. Because, again, like, we used to think that when people got into a certain position and they had an arm choke, that was the end of the fight. Now guys are just turning into the choke and reversing it. Like shit that we've never seen before. Yeah, they know how to get out of it now.
Or certain moves, if we find that they're not getting out of it, we're questioning their training.
Right. Or sometimes they're not getting out of it, but they're also not tapping to it. They're like, oh, I can actually breathe a little bit here. It's not that bad here. That was a massive elbow, man. And then he just locked up the triangle. Oh, man. That was crazy. Boxing is rotten to its core. Promoters take pictures with the fucking ref and judges before the fight, eating dinner and shit. And let's ask, does anybody here know the first time they allowed a black challenger to fight a white? Yeah, that was like in like the 1930s or 40s, wasn't it? Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. They used to not allow black fighters in boxing. They used to not allow black players in baseball. And now this year, Major League Baseball is adding the statistics of the Negro Leagues that was forced to be made because black people were not allowed to be in Major League Baseball. Now they're adding the Negro League stats to Major League Baseball. And basically just trying to like leech off their legacy when there would never be a need for the Negro Leagues if they were not denying them opportunities based on race. You know, that was what, 1945 or something like that when Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier. There are people who were born before him that are still alive today. You know, it wasn't that long ago. I can show you an article. The first marquee of a Queensberry championship fight that a black man was allowed to challenge for a white man's belt. They beat him to death with hammers. Yeah, we've seen stuff like that. You know, the infamous story of Emmett Till, who was accused of walking on the same side of the street as a white woman. I think he was like 13 or 14 or 15 years old. and they beat him so bad that his face caved in. And so his parents had an open casket to show what they did to him. And then over the years, and one of the things I thought that was kind of messed up, the original claim is that he walked on the same side of the street as the white woman for the reason why they murdered him. But then over the years, it evolved to he whistled at her and he made a pass at her. They evolved that story to make it more where he actually did something, you know, that would be, you know, even today it would be offensive if you did it. But they really tried to like make it seem like it was so much worse than it actually was, when the original story was he did not cross the street when she started walking on the same side of the street as him. Because back in those days, you know, black people, you know, were to sit in the back of the bus or on the same side of the street. You had to actually walk. You had to, if a white person was on your street, you had to then walk over on the other side of the street. And I don't know why they chose him. I mean, you know, if somebody wants to do something bad to somebody, they're gonna find a reason, right? But yeah, they held an open casket at Emmett Till's funeral so people could see and walk. They had thousands of people walk past his casket to look at his face. You know, that was crazy. Fuck that. It's like blaming a girl for her short skirt for the rape. What a load of bull that is. Yeah, pretty much. But they blamed him for not walking on the other side of the street, as was required for black people when the white person was walking down the street back in those days. And the guys actually did get away with the murder. But here's the funny thing, right? Here's the funny thing about that, Polly Chaser. The woman that made the accusation against him, I don't know if she's still alive right now. I think she's still alive. A couple of years ago, she admitted that she lied about the whole thing. They beat that boy to death for no reason on a lie that she told. And she never did a day in prison. I don't even know if she even gave a proper apology. But, you know, that kind of stuff happens too often in the United States of America, where every man is equal under the law, right? Banner says, I have nothing but the utmost respect for Jack Johnson. You should look up his story. He was controlled by the mob, but he gave 20 years of a hard life to mining only for Vegas promoters to take everything he had just because he was black. Yeah. We just had a black woman killed in her home by police, by a sheriff's deputy, because she said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And he pulled out his gun and shot her to death. Shot her in the head. And then after he shot her in the head, and like people were like scrambling to try to get first aid, he was like, nah, don't do that. I'm not wasting a medical pack on her. That's a headshot. She's done.
Gross.
And that stuff is still happening in the United States of America today. Banner says, imagine living your whole life knowing that your dumbass got a child beat to death, only to say I'm sorry when you get to your death. From what I understand, she offered a very hollow apology, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, either she just recently died or she's still alive. She's still alive. There are plenty of women in the last 20 years here in the United States that have been caught doing 304 stuff. And when they get caught, they say, oh, I was EPAR'd by a black man, you know, did it to me. And then they go and arrest him, they ruin his life, and then I remember one guy who was going to play professional sports after college because he was highly touted. That means millions of dollars in, compensation lost. He spent 6 years in prison, and then she was like, "Oh, I feel guilty. I'm actually going to reveal to the courts that I lied about the whole thing." And then and it's funny, she actually wrote a book and won a lawsuit from the college that she was going to because of the claim that she made, and nobody asked for the money back. She made so much money. Now that guy's life was ruined, but she got rich, literally rich, for lying on a black man about SA. Never gave the money back, offered a hollow apology, and his life was ruined because he spent 6 years in prison already, during the prime of his life, where he would be proving that he is worthy to play football at the professional level. Oh man, yeah, and you're right, politicians. They definitely do make it harder for people who are actually victims of these types of violent crimes. But the thing is, they don't care, because even if they're found to be lying, there's no consequence for it. I'm ranting right now, but my people got forcefully killed and sterilized by the government. Yeah, they had a program in California in the 1990s where they were taking women who had committed petty crimes, usually stuff like drug possession and stuff like that, and then they would basically start offering them deals, because obviously nobody wants to spend any time in jail or prison. They started trading. They started offering women shortened sentences in exchange for forced sterilization. So they took away these women's ability, and the vast majority of them were black. Talking about California in the 1990s. And they were just like, yo, like, we'll let you go to a drug program instead of jail, but you can never have babies again.
Yeah.
Banner says, I don't want to go on a Lutz rant, but yeah, I understand how people get treated when they are different, especially in pigment. Yep. Gottfried Wegemüller says, hard shit, but does it always seem like only women can get away with stuff like this? Yes. Yes. Because when Juicy Smouillet tried to put out a fake accusation about being attacked while gay, that motherfucker ended up getting prosecuted. So it doesn't appear that gay men can get away with false accusations the way women can. So maybe something will change in the next 20 years, where they'll include gay men in the ability to get away with false accusations. But, the black gay man can't do it. That's for damn sure. Banner says, if you guys ever want to see some racial prejudice, look up Starlight Tours. Cops took my people to the edge of town on freezing nights and laughed, telling them, we'll see if you make it home. There's a lot of crazy stories like that in the United States, especially in the South, like Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, Texas. I'll never forget that one time these guys found a black man walking down the street, and then they tied him to the back of their pickup truck and dragged him for 3 miles. They got, like, we were surprised that those guys got really crazy prison sentences. Like, they got crazy prison sentences for it. But it got to the point where they were dragging him for so long that parts of his body just were torn off over time. Like, as over 3 miles. Midmo says keel hauling. I didn't know that there was a term for that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's really messed up stuff. It's really messed up stuff.
Let's mute that.
But I would say that I disagree a little bit about men being bullshitters, because I was just hearing recently that when it comes to DV, women actually perpetrate violence against men when it comes to intimate partner violence. They actually commit the violent acts against men more often than men commit them against women. The problem is that the guys have been conditioned not to report these instances because they get made fun of for doing so. So, and sometimes the guys will call the police when they've been assaulted by their female partner, and then the cops end up arresting the guy that called the cops who got assaulted because she started crying. So, you know, most guys don't report the assaults, you know, many times to protect the woman from the consequences of her violent acts. So, but whatever. So we've got Santos versus the Runaway.
Hopefully this is her last fight.
Yeah, win or lose, it would be nice to see Chelsea Handler get cut, but she's ranked, so it would be hard for them to cut her. Not saying that they have never cut a ranked fighter before, but it would be hard to do so. You know, if she's ranked and then she actually wins this fight against the 12th ranked fighter, but she missed by 2 kilograms this weight. So I do believe that she probably will not get fired by the UFC.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. So.
Well, in that case,
Yeah,
we all lose.
I do agree with that, Polychaser. By and large, that people are the problem. It is not gender based, but the way that we look at similar actions, you know, we're very harsh against men, and we look to mitigate the consequences when women engage in it, and I think that needs to change. So, you know, both sexes are almost equally as likely to engage in the BS, but only one gets the book thrown at them and the other one gets sympathy. And it shouldn't be that way.
Let me get a cup of water.
That's a good idea.
Agua?
No, I just finished this right here. I know you want me to drink more water. It's okay.
Can we refill it? Put a new
I mean, if you want to do the funnel thing. Funnel.
one.
2 kilograms is a whole weight class up. It's actually a half a weight class up. And it's not like Chelsea Handler is some really exciting fighter to watch. She's not. I'm not wowed when she's in the cage. And I do think that a woman missing weight by 2 kilograms plus, because it's 2 kilograms plus, she missed by a whole 5 pounds. 2 kilograms is 4.4 pounds, right? I think that kind of difference means more in a women's fight than a men's fight. Somebody can fact check me on that if they want. But I really do think that would affect, I think that kind of weight miss is worse for women than for men. Women can scratch your car and stand in your face knowing you cannot do shit. Stuff like that is what you mean, I guess. Yeah, I mean, but you're talking about something a little different. I'm talking about if a woman commits the exact same crime as a man, she, here in the United States, on average, gets a sentence that's 40% more lenient than the man, on average. But when you're talking about the woman's expectation of not, if you're talking about the woman's expectation of not of not suffering. Like if she is violent towards a man and expecting that she's not going to get back what she gave, yeah, that's also an issue too. I do agree with that. Gottfried Wegemüller says keel hauling or keel holen was practiced first introduced by German sailors when enforced when sailors committed crimes on board. People were dragged by their hands and feet with a rope under the boat. Wow, that's crazy. Didn't they also do that with like horses and stuff to Native Americans? I think that some of the Europeans came over here and did that to Native Americans too. They tied them behind horses and then rode off on the horses.
At least that's what they've shown in films. Yeah.
No, but I think that was an actual real thing. You know, human beings are always looking for ways to be barbaric to each other. Midmo said, yeah, they certainly did, yeah. Did the stream break? I mean, if you could see me move.
You're such losers.
I just knew these Germans were just nasty. Well, you know, there was this one thing that happened about 80 years ago. I guess we'll leave that alone. We'll be in Germany soon. Do I look excited? Well, I haven't seen anybody use that. I haven't seen anybody use that word in our stream. Morose. Good vocabulary word there, Banner. Nice job. Nice job. Your name sort of looks German. Wow. Midmo. Obviously, I'm rooting for Santos to win, but we know that the not so great looking chick that missed by over 2 kilos is most likely to win. Although Santos is giving that lead leg the business with that outside leg kick.
Yeah, I should just keep doing that.
She's got pretty good footwork too. Bro, I just bought a thesaurus. Oh my god. I'm sad we lost Dan though. But, you know, he's got to defend his guy.
More leg kicks.
Is she going for that leg kick again? She trying to set it up? Yep, there it is. Nah, Dan got pissed off, Banner.
Probably got pissed off and fell asleep.
Yeah.
Plus, it's a boring card.
No,
anyway.
I think he went to go call John Jones and apologize for my insolence. Did she just try to knee her in the taco?
Very
Yeah,
German.
very German. Gottfried, can you clear something up for me, man? I heard a rumor
Oh boy.
that German women really like black men. Is that just something people say, or is there something to that? His doctor told him don't donate anymore. They will only talk about John Jones when you do anyway.
Oh, I forgot. Kayla's also German.
I was about to say something so inappropriate.
This is not TSP After Dark.
Even after dark, you can't say what I was about to say.
Not this stream.
Germans also dig huge holes on our beaches. Poor us, please help. What are you talking about, Polychaser? I'm really trying to have more self-control mid-mo. I'm just failing. The things I could have said during this stream already, okay?
They're gonna hit that end stream button. They were like, wow, that's the quickest UFC ever.
Actually, it might be because they lost a bunch of fights tonight. That's messed up, Polychaser. I can't even say that. That's messed up. That's messed up. That's messed up. Oh. Make it really sense. Yeah, it's true. Reason being, a common rumor is that they come with certain benefits I'm sure you are aware of. So what you're saying, Gottfried, is that German women are size queens. Is that... That's just a stereotype, though. Oh, really? More self-control. Bro, you flamed Dan for half an hour today. Not to mention, you had to fucking mention the Cup wins. No, actually, I was not talking about wins because I was talking about Canada. So I wasn't talking about Stanley Cup wins.
Oh, boy.
That would be inaccurate. Polychaser, we know what the fuck you were talking about. We know what you... You're messed up, man. You're messed up. Oh, man. Oh, my God, man. Oh, man. Do you think Dan Jensen is attracted to Chelsea Handler? Or is she not ugly enough?
That leg, kick the leg.
Yeah, I definitely want to see more leg kicks.
Kick the leg.
That's messed up, Polychaser. Gottfried, here's another question, a little bit more serious. A little bit more serious. You've got some far-right influence in the government that is getting in trouble for running afoul of Germany's anti-Nazi sympathizer laws. Can you shed some light on that, Gottfried, and Because it looks like, you know, there was some sort of coalition in your government to try to keep the far right guys out of, you know, from getting too much power in parliament or what however you guys run the government up there. I just kind of want your opinion. Banner says, Dan said he has 4 kids. I think his Viking blood is telling him that smashing isn't viable for his health at this point. Nah, he could still put babies out there after age 80. We saw, what's his name? It wasn't Al Pacino. Al Pacino had a kid when he was 79. He impregnated a woman. But his partner, his movie partner guy, De Niro. Robert De Niro, 83 years old, still pumping baby batter. Still pumping baby batter in 29-year-old women. Apologies, I have lived in Germany for years. Good times. The lefties in Germany are full of shit. They're trying to make it seem like AFD are Nazis. It is insane. But I know that AFD fired their lead politician for saying some pro-Nazi shit. Even they were like, "Yo, you're really wildin', man," and they got rid of him, or they relieved him of like active duty. That was like a few months ago. No, Al Pacino actually impregnated a woman at age 79. Robert De Niro did it at age 83. So they both still lighten up uteruses out there. Germany suffers from the same problems all of the Western world has, just like what's going on in the UK right now. Yeah, I'd probably say that's true. But it usually gets worse before it gets better. And, you know, while there are some things that liberals believe in that I think is good or is well-meaning, a lot of the stuff that they're pushing is just... it just ain't it. It just ain't it. Godfrey says, well, it's the opposition that is far right, as you said, not really. But if you ask me, all parties are trying to ally because they fear the AFD. Yeah, that's what I heard. Polyjay says everything that goes against the establishment and is pro their own nation is presented as far right and fascist. Yeah, I guess it's, for me, I would read it if they're talking in terms of like race, then I would probably say it's pretty fascist. When you're talking about, for instance, here in the United States, we have white nationalism. But if you're talking about pro-country, meaning can we stop these wars and stop all of this military spending and use the taxpayers' dollars to support the people that are actually from this country, I very, very much support that, personally. I definitely support that. Am I just a cynical asshole, or is the mob movies facade that De Niro and Pacino put on just a farce? Bro, you are film school kids. Playing gangsters doesn't make you something to look up to. I mean, isn't that their job as actors? Isn't that their job?
Yeah, I think they mean like outside of the job.
Yeah, but outside the job, they just act like thespians. They're always talking about, you know, the art of acting. I think Robert De Niro actually ran afoul of a lot of movie fans because he started talking shit about the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and, you know, how superhero movies, you know, don't care about the actor, and it's all about the character and all that other stuff, and it's like...
I'm doing it on time this time. I missed it the last couple of times.
So you miss weight by 5 pounds and get your leg kicked off on the way to a decision loss. Do you think that gets her kicked out of the UFC?
I hope so.
At least she didn't turn her back and start running. She did that before.
She just doesn't need to be in the UFC.
Yeah, David Banner. That's not a problem with Pacino and De Niro. So they call me Panero. Style still spitting that arrow. Fuck it. That's really an issue of culture, right? Like they, the movies that they acted in are cult classics among people who are immigrants or poor, come from the slums. Those movies are loved by people across racial barriers. That's really not an issue of the actors. It's just that it's an issue of the culture after the fact. I don't blame the actors for how popular that genre of film is. It's just that those people tend to identify. I can't tell you how many rap songs either make references to Scarface or use or sample the music from that film. I even made a Scarface reference yesterday. I made a Scarface reference yesterday in the gym. So I wouldn't. I think that your ire is misplaced on this one, Dan. Gottfried says, in all honesty, the system's fucked, so even the AFD is also undermined by Goldman Sachs. CDU, biggest party currently, is corrupted by BlackRock, and it goes on and on and on. Oh, so they're not just fucking up the American government and economy. They got to go fuck up the Germans as well.
It's just in case.
Ew.
Just this is because I wanted to have the different colors. She's gonna help me make it look spiffier.
I'm more concerned, Midmo, with the thought crimes that are being prosecuted. I'm more concerned with that than the migrant stuff. I think that the migrant stuff can be fixed if people are willing to fix it. I also do believe this as well, and I don't think people really want to talk about this. The countries that are suffering the most, the countries that are suffering the most from migrant crises happen to also be the same countries who have participated in the strategic destabilizations of the same countries where all of these refugees are coming from. And I know that the United States is the most guilty, followed by a lot of these European countries. They go to Africa, the European countries go to Africa. They violate the land there. They take all the natural resources. When the countries don't want to play ball with them, they fund the military might of opposition parties to overthrow governments that don't want to play nice with them and give them what they want when it comes to natural resources that are in their own country. And the U.S. is infamous for it. The more powerful countries in Europe are infamous for it. And so you destabilize these countries and they get mad when people are looking, well, you guys have all of this wealth, right? They don't have as many opportunities where they live because all of their natural resources, were basically scavenged by American and European nations. And then they're like, yo, you know, there's nothing here left in our country. It was already mined to death. You know, like, you know, there's so much nasty stuff that our governments, and again, this is not Polly Chaser's fault. This is not Godfrey's fault. This is not Dan Jensen's fault. This is not Midmo's fault. We're not talking about regular people that live in the United States and live in Europe. We're talking about what these governments have been doing for a long time. They destabilize countries that don't give them what they want. And then when there's a civil war and people are running for their lives, then they're like, well, you know, we're having a migrant crisis. How about you stop interfering with the sovereignty of other nations? And you'll have less of these problems. How about we stop doing that? You understand what I mean? Stop interfering in covert operations to destabilize world governments that don't want to give you what you want. And you'll have less migrant crises. That's my position on it. Well, it's the West that's doing all of the, I don't want to say the R word, but they're doing the R-ing and the pillaging. And it's also a matter of public record. It's also in our history books. Like, it's not even really to be disputed. And it's still happening today. It's not like it was even in the past. It's still happening today. And now we got Israel in the Middle East as well. And a lot of the political wrangling that's going on in the Middle East with Iran, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar, UAE. They're playing the same weird games in the Middle East. They're just playing their own version of it. And obviously, the worst offenders would be the United States of America, because they've got their military all around the world, and it's not a good thing. I mean, my position might be ignorant, Polly Chaser, but a lot of these operations have gone declassified, so. I mean, you can talk about Eritrea as one example, but this has been a problem since the transatlantic slave trade in the 1400s. And it's well documented. Well documented. And going on holiday back home is not the same as having to live there. Let me tell you. When we go up to where I used to live for a couple of years, right? Mm-hmm. It's always cool when we go there, but we're happy to leave. Yeah. Right? We're not going to live there and have our whole, we're not going to anchor our lives there. Yeah, going back home to chill for a few days is all right, but you know that when everything that would make you a world power, which would be your natural resources, have been taken by other countries and used to make them richer. Where you're going to go where it's richer. That's what people do. They go where the money is. There's a reason why California and New York and Chicago and Boston and Miami and San Antonio and Austin, why people are all kind of tightly packed up in these areas. Because that's where the money is. You know, New York City is starting to become going the way of Detroit. Detroit, Michigan is a good example of what I'm talking about. Detroit used to be one of the strongest, most bustling cities in all of the United States. Do you know where they built what their economy was built around?
Drugs?
The auto industry.
Oh.
So it used to be that Ford and was it Ford, was it Chevy? Those like three really big car companies, American car companies that were centered in Detroit. And because those jobs paid more money than other jobs, it actually led to the growth of Detroit, Michigan, one of the largest, richest cities in the country at the time. But what ends up happening is when they started moving car manufacturing to other states and other countries, what the fuck do you think happened to Detroit when all of the industry and the high paying jobs were gone? People left. If you're from Detroit, you might go back home and go chill out there for a while to like on holiday, on vacation. You might go back home to like say what up to your family and friends that you grew up with. But when there are no more manufacturing jobs, and that is what you specialize in, are you going to stay there and live there when all of the industry is gone? Hell no. You're going to go where the money is. You're going to go where the factories are. South Carolina, they build the BMW SUVs down in South Carolina. Ooh, guys, I want your opinions on this. I do want your opinion on this. Polychaser, please don't ask me questions that insinuate stuff that I never said that I believed in. I never said the West invented slavery. That was not part of this conversation, right? I'm talking about the transatlantic slave trade. Since then, since that period of time, taking natural resources from Africa and redistributing them to North America and Europe. That is what we're talking about right now. At the time, they were taking the natural resources as far as manpower and labor. But as they discovered that they had a bunch of precious metals and other useful elements, they went and they mined the hell out of these lands. And do you think that they gave equitable compensation to the countries and the people of the countries that they mined the hell out of them? Hell no. Hell no. They went in there, took their natural resources, brought it back to Europe. Right? And again, yes, the corrupt leaders in all countries are the problem. I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming white people. I'm just stating absolute facts that you can go and find in history, right? But it just so happens when it comes to the R-ing and pillaging of the natural resources of Africa, that is the United States and Europe. That's who did it. You can't tell me it was Australia and New Zealand that did it. China and Russia is now doing it now for the most part. China and Russia are now, basically going to carve up what is left of Africa. And China is really trying to dig their hooks into South America. And I think Russia also has some ins with some countries in South America to help control the oil trade around the world. Because once oil was kind of found in the northern part of South America, that would have a direct effect on Russia's. And when you're talking about OPEC and OPEC plus, OPEC would be like the Middle Eastern countries that run the Saudi Arabias and the Irans and where all the oil reserves are in the Middle East. But then they added Russia to that block because Russia has a crazy amount of oil reserves. When they found all that oil in the northern part of South America, do you think they just left those countries to their sovereignty? No. Now they want to make friends with them. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Empire of Dust. I think I heard about it, Polycheese. I think I heard about it. Yeah, Banner. Well, that's why you see China and Russia basically. And the thing is, the way that China fucked over the countries of Africa with high interest loans that they promised they would help them, modernize and build out their countries. And they basically, it's almost like the relationship between a pimp and his bottom bitch. those African countries are indebted to China probably for generations to come. It's really nasty stuff, right? But people, again, and this is where I give Polychaser a little bit of credit. The oversimplification of a lot of these issues. This shit is complicated as hell. It's complicated as hell. So it's just, it's just, Banner, yeah. Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. Africa's leadership countries aren't any more corrupted than any other government around Europe. I would probably have to agree, and this is why we had this discussion. I think I had a discussion with Captain Paul, but we weren't able to release the video for some reason. I think the audio was messed up. But basically what we were talking about is the fact that I don't believe that power corrupts. I believe that the corrupt are drawn to power. I think we also talked about this last week. Mm-hmm. And I gave plenty of examples of why I do not believe that power corrupts people. I think that corrupt people are corrupt and they seek power. Yeah, he's definitely putting his eyes towards his fingers toward Lee's eyes.
Yeah, Lee's like, please poke me in the eye.
Yeah. A little bit of up kick action for Chris. Yeah, so Polychaser, never think that I'm oversimplifying or ignoring the and I'm never saying it's all white people's fault. What I'm saying is that when you look at what's going on in the world, you cannot be upset when your country is bleeding the natural resources of another country, and then the people that don't know any better hear that you're wealthy. Well, how did you get wealthy? From the natural resources that you drained from another country. So those people that don't have those riches anymore are going to go where the opportunities are. So since you took all the natural resources and now you're wealthy from it, well, let me go where the money is. It just so happens they're going to the countries that are bleeding their land dry. And this is not an issue of who's right and wrong. This is just the natural dynamics of species in the world. You go where the resources are. It doesn't matter if you're a human animal. It doesn't matter. No, I'm not saying that's how your country got wealthy. It's just that some of your country's wealth got from other places and people are following where their wealth went. And it is not a right or wrong issue. It is just a simple fact of animal dynamics. When all of the resources in a particular area are gone, the animals will migrate to where the resources are. And you see it in almost every species in the world. Insects, mammals, reptiles, birds, bacteria. We've seen viruses. We see what viruses do. Fungus, plants. It's the same. It's just what happens. Wherever the resources are, the entities that are looking to survive and propagate themselves are going to go where the resources are. So it's not an issue of who's right and wrong. It's not about, oh my God, they're demonizing, white people. I don't really care because, like we've already established, all the governments, all the governments are corrupt. All of them are corrupt. Every single government in the world is corrupt. What I'm saying is that the people who are under the thumbs of the government are going to do whatever it takes to survive. And if it's free, they're going to fucking take it. Right? But again, like you call it exploiting your generosity. How did you think they feel when their land was exploited?
Holding.
You don't think that they were exploited too? You think you're the only group of people that think you were exploited or being exploited right now? One person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. That's one of the things I learned. you know, when I was a young adult coming up. You might think someone is a terrorist on one end, and somebody else looks at them as a freedom fighter. You know? Everyone has been exploited in history. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's all I'm saying. And the thing is, you know, again, you know, the corrupt people are not a group. Oh, wow. Gutierrez grabbed the cage.
That's not the first time.
It's not. That doesn't give me the right to demand free stuff from others. Yeah, you can demand it if you want it. I mean, nobody has to give it to you. You're free to demand anything you want. You can demand that we shut off the stream right now. That's your right, but it doesn't mean we're going to do it. You know? You know, so, you know, there's a lot of things going on that shouldn't be happening according to what we think should go on. I don't think there's any system in the world that is going the way that it should be going according to the majority of people. Right? I'm not going to single out and demonize those people for trying to survive. You know, most people go the path of least resistance. Most people do that. You know? Yeah, the governments just do that against the will of the people, and that's pretty much every country. Everybody wants to get on Jews about what Israel is doing with the IDF, but the majority of Israelis and Jewish people do not agree with what's going on in Gaza. That's the majority of them. And that's just one example. The majority of Russians do not believe in the incursion in Ukraine. That's the majority of Russians. That's just what it is. The majority of Americans do not want their children being taught to be the opposite gender or sex. But the current government, that's what they're pushing. So, you know, we got to have more nuanced and emotion-free arguments, Polly Chaser. We got to, you know, I'm never demonizing you in these debates. I'm never saying that these people are evil because. The only thing that I care about is just acknowledging what the mechanics are, and you can decide for yourself if it is a moral issue or not. I just got into a debate in the Empires and Puzzles forum, because you know I've been playing that game for like over 7 years, right?
Why are you in a debate in that forum?
Well, I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
I'm about to tell you. So some people were talking about what a whale is. Now, when, you know, I don't know if you guys have ever played a freemium game. And if you have, definitely put it in the comment section down below what freemium game you've played. But there are various levels in the games. The vast majority of people don't pay anything or pay very little to get, you know, these tiny benefits, right? Mm-hmm. But then you see people that will spend a little bit more money on the game to kind of be in that middle, that lower to middle tier. And then people will spend a little bit more. And then there's people that are spending a lot of money on the game. Mm-hmm. Those people are known as whales because they are the biggest single entities in the game that basically bankroll the existence of the game. So while most of us will look at like a microtransactions in games and say, get the fuck out of here, that's bullshit, right? Mm-hmm. There are guys spending 5 figures in American dollars worth on microtransactions in a single month on a game.
Ridiculous.
Right? Mm-hmm. Those are the whales of the game. So when people are talking about the whales of the game because the game, you know, one of the reasons why the game is starting to die is because they cater too much to the guys at the top. Mm-hmm. To make it where the people who are in the middle and at the bottom don't even see a reason to play anymore. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, if there's nobody at the bottom tier for the people at the top to beat up on, why would they want to spend their mortgage money trying to get the best heroes and the best resources in the game if there's like nobody to beat up on anymore?
Yeah.
Right? So we were talking about the fact that, you know, a whale is a person that spends a lot of money on the game. And then people are like, well, it's a very divisive thing to say and people don't like being called a whale and all this other stuff. And it's like, well, we know what a whale is. We know how you get to be to whale status. We can actually see evidence of it in the game. It does not really matter if they don't like being called a whale. If they think it's a pejorative, that's a them thing. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't change the fact that you're a whale. Now, you know, people may not like the fact that you have all of these advantages in the game, but you paid for them. You choose how you pay, you know, what you do with your money, how you spend your money. But then don't get mad when people identify you for what you are. Well, you know, people don't like whales. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Gutierrez is doing his leg kick thing again. You're choosing to take it as a pejorative. We're just identifying you for exactly what you are. And so people are like whining and crying about the name. And then it's like, well, what else do you call a guy that has all the latest overpowered heroes that can't be beaten by regular normal lineups, no matter how well they play the game? And, you know, all of their, you know, a new hero is released at 3 a.m. and at 5 a.m. they're fully upgraded, and they've got multiples of heroes that have pull rates of 1 in 1,000. You have a 1 in 1,000 chance to pull a hero, and then you look in their defense lineup and they've got 3 of them. Like, it costs about $100 to make 30 pulls. So if you have 3 of a 1 in 1,000 hero, the average it would be 3,000 pulls. That's $10,000. You're a whale. And it doesn't mean you're a bad guy because you spent a lot of money in a freemium game. You may not like being called that, but that's the reality. You spent over $10,000 on one single summon portal, and there are 5. And you have all the top heroes and multiple of them. Well, it's not necessary that you have to be a whale in order to do that. Well, tell me where you get 300,000 gems when the cost of 1,000 gems is $100.
Yeah.
Tell me where in the game when they give you 10 gems for this, 2 gems for that, where you're just getting 300,000 gems in a month and you're not paying through the fucking nose. You're a whale, deal with it. Nobody said you're a bad person for it. It's just the reality, right? So this is the argument that I'm offering the Polychaser. Like, you don't like the refugees are coming to your country. Well, start doing resource on on what your government has been doing and cooperating with countries like the United States to destabilize African countries and other poor countries that are rich in natural resources. Go find out what your covert special operations, your spies are doing in other countries. Those are things that are classified that you're not privy to. Things that you're not supposed to know that they're doing to destabilize and violate the sovereignty of other countries. Now we know that Polychaser's country is not doing it the way the United States, China, Russia. What are the other countries that are like really big players in that? It's Russia, China, the United States. I think those are really the big players, right?
Start with
The UK. The UK is also a part of that. You know, I don't really hear, you know, too much about what Germany is doing on the world stage, but if their spies are doing what they're supposed to do and doing their jobs well, then we'll never hear about them. But this is part of, you know, the equation that people are not factoring in with their arguments. They just say, oh, here are some non-white people coming to take our stuff from us. And it's like, no, it's way more complicated than that. The world stage is way more complicated than that. You don't even know that some of your economy is actually being ruined because of the international shipping industry is porting insects that don't belong in your country and destroying your crops. We didn't even talk about that yet. You want to talk about refugees? Let's talk about the giant Asian hornet.
that is taking over the UK and killing all their bees and then fucking with their ability to produce vegetables and fruits. Right? Not all the refugees around the world are human beings of a different race that you don't want around. I mean, we just had the spotted lanternfly basically take over the entire east coast of the United States the last 5 years. Right? There's so much more going on when it comes to that. Oh, and it is absolutely true. Go look up what's happening with the Asian giant hornet in the UK. They've been working so hard. I'm not saying that it's race. I'm trying to explain a concept to you. It's not about race. I'm using it as an example for you to understand that these situations are way more complicated than they look on their face. Way more complicated. Way more complicated. And yes, it's not about race. It just so happens that you can tell who the refugees are in your country because they don't look like you. Right? Like if like in your country, if somebody came from Norway, you would not assume that they were a refugee. But when they're like blacker than your sneakers, then you can tell, okay, that person doesn't belong here because most of the people in my country look like me. You know what I'm saying? So this is not a racial issue. It's just, it's just one of those things where, you can more easily tell who doesn't belong in your country by their skin color. It's really not a hate thing. Kratos says, I used to play a freemium game on my PC. It was actually very good. And the only payments they did was upgrading your account to get more access to areas of the game. That's more like DLC. But I'm talking about every time they release a new hero, and like when I play Empires and Puzzle, the best hero portals have 0.1 to 0.5% odds of drawing, the new hero that's better than all the other heroes, and the power level is higher and all of that. And they can really get your money if you're not careful. And yeah, I've played against players where it's just like, it doesn't even make sense for me to even play against them. I have zero chance to win. Zero chance to win. I judge the immigrants that just come for free handouts, whatever color they are. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, Polychaser, some of them that are doing that, you're not going to be easily able to recognize them as one of those people if they look like you. That's all I'm saying. You're not going to be easily able to identify them in those situations. But you're easily able to identify when you hear the accent and you see that their skin is blacker than your shoes. So it's not that you don't like African people, it's just that it's easier to tell the people who are by just using your eyeballs. This is not a race issue, and I wasn't making it a race issue. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. It all comes back to me and you. It all comes back to me and you actually agreeing, Polychaser. We don't disagree. We don't disagree. What I'm saying is that there are mechanisms that are involved that people are not even thinking about.
Have a good night, Godfrey.
You got a lot of common sense. I'm sorry, but my bed demands my presence. I like that. That was poetic.
Good night, sir. See you next week.
My province produces 12% of the world's wheat. Imagine if that didn't grow. Yeah, and the thing is, oh yeah, the wheat midge. No, but I do know that we've had one of the funniest situations that you'll see is at baseball games when midges descend on the field and they create this massive, like swarm of these tiny fucking flies. And of course, they only come in like the summertime, right? They so the midges, obviously they're not biting flies or dangerous or anything. But you'll only see them like in like July and August, like the super hot summer months. So the funny thing about them, and I've seen them before, and it's funny to me because I watch it on TV. It's not happening to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you'll see that the midges are like flying around in these swarms on the field, and then they get stuck on the skin of the players when they're sweating. So you see like midges like stuck on their
Ugh.
neck, and then they're like trying to like wipe them in their face, and they're trying to concentrate, and throw the last time I saw this was before they were throwing 100 miles an hour. To try to throw a 95 mile an hour fastball on the black, on the outer edge of the plate, and they're trying to concentrate, and they're just being swarmed by all these midges. It's really crazy. Yeah. I mean, they say that Polychase. They say that the victor, to the victor goes the spoils, and the winners write history. But I'm also paying attention to the world and various facets of the world, including areas of our economy that are not affected by other human beings or directly affected by human beings. Because when you look at the invasive species problem that we're having all around the world, a lot of that is facilitated by human beings. So I'm not being racist against human beings. It's just a fact. Banner says midge is biologically designed to stick. That's how they eat and reproduce. Well, they were reproducing on these sweaty ass men. Ew. The wheat midge is probably a problem in Canada, but we almost had a full country infestation of the Asian giant hornet in the northwestern United States, PNY, the Pacific Northwest, and they were looking for the Asian giant hornet 0 and trying to find the nest that they were trying to kind of gain a foothold here in the United States. We're having a lot of problems with bees, and some of it is from the pesticides. There's so much more going on than just these refugees in our country are taking our stuff. That's the obvious stuff you could see. But there's so much stuff. Polychase, are you aware that they're about to use robotics and AI to get rid of everybody's jobs? Can you imagine the uproar? Can you imagine Chelsea Handler failed to run away from her fork. She missed weight by over 5 pounds. Everybody that I talk to is so short-sighted when they talk about AI, and they're like, "Oh my God, AI is gonna help me make money. AI is gonna revolutionize the world and make the world so much better. Oh my God, AI, right?" And then I'm like, you do know that they're gonna use the AI to get rid of everybody's jobs, right? And so I just saw an article in an automotive magazine talking about the BMW plant in South Carolina, the one that made the X5. Remember the first car that we had was the X5? Yeah. It came from that plant. Mm-hmm. Now, that plant has 11,000 UAW, or United Auto Worker Union, workers there, right? Mm-hmm. They just did a test drive. They just did a test of a robot in their factory. A humanoid robot in their factory. And what BMW said was they were tasked with placing certain metal sheets in certain areas of the car that are difficult to get to, that are difficult for humans to get to. So the way that BMW was trying to sell it is that we're just going to use these humanoid robots to do jobs that are especially difficult for humans to do, and we've only done this this test run, and we've completed our test run, and we're not going to speak on it any further. They are going to try to get rid of everybody's jobs. And right now, the United Autos Workers Union is now in like a kind of like a battle with the auto manufacturers here in the United States. And now they're trying to trot out humanoid robots as a way to kind of shift the negotiations in their favor, you look in the next 10 to 20 years, and you're going to see that a lot of the jobs that we thought that only humans would be able to do, you're going to see that like people are not going to be so happy about the presence of AI at that time. They're not going to be that happy.
Check out David's comment.
I find that Western history is centralized while Arab history and African history gets a lot of free rides and their brutal history is ignored. Also, Chinese history, well, most of the world. I don't really understand what you mean there, but okay. I'm not convinced that AI is the right word to use for what they want us to think it is. Yeah, it's world domination by the 0.0000001% of the world. That's really what it is. And they're going to sell it to you as if they're doing you a favor. But it's like if you get rid of everybody's jobs by using robots and AI, where are you going to get your profits from? Because you have to spend money to build or source from companies creating the robots. You're going to have to build and maintain them. Like they were talking about McDonald's and them going to a robot model as well. Well, if you get rid of all of the poor and working class people, where is your customer base? So far, I find it a fancy lookup engine stuck with very specific divine framework. Polychaser, that's a very short-sighted view because the applications of AI that they've already started to test, but they're not very keen. They're not very keen on kind of they will tell their investors what they're doing with AI and how fast it's developing and what they're going to use it for. They're telling their investors. They're not telling the people. Mrs. Evil is safe with her hobbies. Let's see a robot run a robot in inclement weather on asphalt for a half decline and a crosswind.
Actually, I gotta watch out with my job too.
Yeah, what you were talking about is like ChatGPT 1.0. They're already looking at ChatGPT 5. And the thing is, artificial intelligence advances a lot farther and faster than humans. So you're probably talking about when they did the some of the first early versions of AI, it very quickly devolved into like a bunch of like racist words and stuff like that, right? But yeah, I mean, what do you think that the emotion is going to come from, right? Right? In the long run, the problem with AI will be emotion, because when people are hungry and unemployed, because all of their jobs, all of their employers wanted so many profits that they figured that they didn't want to pay anybody to do anything. And now they're poor. Everybody is poor. We don't just have like a minority of people who are poor, and then you have a working class and a middle class and an upper middle class. We're talking about the very rich, and then everybody else is impoverished. You think that living with refugees is bad? Imagine when your neighbor is now acting like a refugee. Mm-hmm. Imagine that. It's right. Yeah, David Banner, you saw that. We actually, is really funny. Yeah, you're right, Polychaser. They have destroyed capitalism, and they're pushing very hard. They're pushing very, very hard to put the final stake in it. David Banner didn't know me back then, but I used to co-host a show with my friend Messiah Rhodes called Black Power Magic Hour. And a lot of the video clips that Messiah brought on was when, and we're talking about during the pandemic, 2021, and they had robot dogs that they were using in police operations that could be fitted with weapons controlled by AI. I remember we had, I don't know if you remember this, David Banner, but in Texas, we had a mass shooter that was aiming at police officers during some sort of emergency down in Texas. and I think he was a military sniper, and he was like sniping people, and the police could not get to him because he was too good of a sniper. They actually used a bomb disposal robot. I don't know if you know about this. They used a bomb disposal robot, and you know how they have like the little hand thing, right?
Uh-huh.
They put an explosive in the hand, and then they basically used basically joysticks that you would use like on a PlayStation or something like that, and they directed the robot into the room where he was holed up in, and then rolled the machine up to his face, and then detonated the explosive, and that's how they got him. And obviously, you're happy that they got rid of him, right? I think it was Houston. Uvalde was the school. Uvalde was the school. But no, there was a military sniper who was just shooting at police who had gathered for, to address some emergency situation. And then he was just pinning them down. He was just anybody in a uniform. Anybody in a uniform. He was like, and he was mowing them down too. And they were like, listen, we don't know how else to get to this guy. We're going to use our bomb disposal robot to dispose of him with a bomb. Crazy. Excuse me.
You can do it.
All night long. Actually, I can't. And it's your fault.
I can't. Shoot. I got work tomorrow. There's more tissue under the sink, under the bathroom sink. What? Hypothetically, how long, cardio-wise, would you want to train for a 5-round fight? Oh. It's hard. Because I'm thinking you've got to have the endurance for the 25 minutes. But then I'm thinking you also have to be able to have the power for explosive movements. So when I do, just working through this, thinking out loud, when I do just for endurance, that's about 20 weeks, 16 to 20 weeks. So it's about 5 months. I would say at least 6, minimum 6 months. Because 20 weeks for me, just to do something where I'm just like enduring and just moving for a constant number of hours, just going over and over and over again, but at a steady pace. Like there's not much variance in pace, right? Fighting is not the same as running, but I'm just thinking about the amount of effort or the type of output. I think you would need a little more training or specific training to be able to have like this explosive output and be able to endure for the 25 minutes.
I like having that explosive output.
Ay. He goes, now I'm an ignorant casual, but I only need 15 minutes of explosiveness. I need 6.
Right now we have socialism for the elite and capitalism for the working. It's not even. I mean, we get the short end of the stick. The working class gets all the bad parts of capitalism, and the rich get all of the good parts of socialism. So, yeah. Yeah, you got it right, Polychaser. I totally agree with that. No argument here. Jake Miller says an AI bot gathered a day's worth of YouTube content, which is 80 years in watch time, and generalized what it learned about world history. History is being changed by algorithms. That's ugly, and I hate it. How long would you want to train for a 5-round fight?
That's the question I was just answering.
Oh my god, man. Ugh.
See how he does me?
Well, at least it's not Bruce Bobtrotter asking the question. But continue.
I kind of lost my train of thought because you interrupt me.
Sorry.
All right, back to the other comment. Now I'm an ignorant casual because I only need 15 minutes of explosiveness. I need 6 weeks to train for 15 minutes of all-out exertion. I'd say you need more than 6 weeks.
But I don't know if you would last that long,
Yeah.
right?
So
because you get finished in the first 45 seconds, you don't need all of that cardio.
Yeah, well, but that's why I was making the comparison to, or I was speaking out loud about how I train for the marathon and comparing that to if I were doing an activity for 25 minutes, which requires the endurance to last the 25 minutes, but also the ability
I'm now interested.
to have the explosive power output multiple times within that 25-minute period. See, now he's not going to interrupt me because I'm talking about explosive power outputs multiple times in a 25-minute period. So yeah,
Especially when not on periods.
God. So if I'm training for all-out exertion, because this is a thing in cardio training or any sort of fitness training, my all-out exertion training, those are going to be interval sessions, and I'm probably going to do it for 30 seconds at a time. I might even only do it for 15 seconds at a time, because if we're using a scale of 0 to 10 and I'm going for a 9 effort where 10 of oh my god I'm dying, give me CPR, I could probably only last, this is a whole pause conversation.
No, it's not that. I want to answer David's question. You poke fingers in everyone's pie? No. I poke my fingers in her pie.
So that's where my brain is going. I hope that
I mean,
helps.
you train for what? 5 months for a marathon? You start your training?
Which is why I train for about 16 to 20 weeks to do an activity that is, I'm not worried about speeding too much. I want to go fast, but this is not a sprint. It is literally a marathon, so I have to be able to last for an extended amount of time. So imagine having to last for an extended amount of time while also having moments where you're exerting a lot of energy, a lot of power, and then have to go back to a steady pace or a steady amount of energy production or exertion, and then have to put out a lot of power again and then go back to steady, which I'm thinking in terms of like interval training. To me, as a non-fighter, just someone training for endurance stuff, I would think you probably need a little more.
Oh man, I got him started. I got Polychaser started
It's
today.
like Polychaser has listened in on our conversations. Because I think that
Oh man.
probably said that a few times.
I will say this, right? I have to say this, right? Banner just turned into Bob Trotter. I gotta say this, right? Because I've been thinking. Barlow missed weight by a quarter pounder. Okay? Literally the weight of a fake beef patty from McDonald's. And he's probably going to give up 20% of his purse, right? Do you know why I would not be mad if he won? Because I actually think that is a fair penalty for somebody that misses a quarter pound, a half a pound, or something like that, right? But these guys missing a kilo, 2 kilos, like, seriously, man, like, you gotta be missing more of your purse, and if you miss by 1 kilo, they should take a point. You miss by 2 kilos, they should take another point. If you miss by, more than that, anything more than 2 kilos, the fight is off, and the fighter that made weight gets both show money. That's what I think. Right? Right?
Happy birthday, Polychaser.
That's anybody got a problem with that? All you like real MMA heads, you miss by a half a pound or a quarter pound, you lose 20% of your purse, and that's cool. You miss by a full kilo, you lose a point. You miss by 2 kilos, you lose a second point. If you lose even 1 ounce above the 2 kilo mark, you forfeit the fight. You take a loss on your record. All of your show money goes to your opponent, so that they get your show money, they get their own show money, and it's just like they got their show and win. That's what I think. Banner says every fighter missed by a half a pound on the Gaethje Oliveira card. Mind you, Gaethje was at home. I don't remember that. Wow, Polychaser. Wow. 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 Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
A guy with a long ass name like Veretnikov or Veretenikov, shouldn't he be better? Shouldn't he just be like 1 minute KOs? Banner says if you miss by a kilo, it should be a point. I agree. 2 kilos should be a forfeit, straight up. I only agree with show money if the promotion should pay you. Isn't that the way it's supposed to go, Banner? But wow, Banner is like the 2 kilo mark is where that's it.
Line.
Chelsea Handler would have had all of her show money given to her opponent, and taken a loss on her record. I think that's the only way you stop this fucking cheating. Banner says, again, I am ignorant, but I'm tired of UFC being half-steppers in terms of when the rules apply. Well, we already know. I mean, we can say this because Dan Jensen has left the building. But we know that the UFC has their favorites. Like the rules only apply to everybody not named Conor McGregor and John Jones. 2 kilos is 4.4 pounds. 2 kilos is 4.4 pounds. That's why I said even an ounce above 2 kilos. Even an ounce above 2 kilos. That is when we do the forfeit. All right.
He's like, I don't want to.
Polychaser, I never understand so many weight classes. Does 1 kilo really matter? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. What? Yeah, we're definitely. Oh wow, we definitely have to have a discussion to educate Polychaser when it comes to making weight. Okay, Polychaser. So let's take the UFC bantamweight division. Okay. The UFC bantamweight division for both men and women, the fighters have to step on the scale at 135 pounds, okay? Now, in the UFC, it does not matter how they get to 135 pounds. So what ends up happening is you will get fighters who walk around much, 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 much heavier than that. And they will, as you just said, torture themselves to get down to 135 pounds, which is championship weight. Or if you are not in a championship pound, they give you a 1 pound allowance. So we're talking just the bantamweight division. They will allow you to weigh in at 136.0 pounds if you're not in a championship fight, but you have to weigh in at 135.0 pounds if you are in a championship fight, right? They call it championship weight, okay? Now, I would probably say off the top of my head, and Banner, you could probably correct me on this. The average bantamweight is probably walking around at 147 to 150 pounds body weight. Okay, so when you are looking to drop that amount of weight, you're talking about 12 to 15 pounds, right? Even if you get a guy that might walk around, they're trying to get to 135. Some of these guys may walk, at the top end, they're walking around at 150 pounds, 155 pounds, right? And then they go and they try to get all the way down to 135.0 pounds. The more weight that you're trying to drop in order to get to that number is the harsher the penalty on your body. So if you get to, like, let's say that last pound, right? A lot of them try to lose the weight by water, right? You are going to be in a situation where now you are trying to suck all the water from where can you get it from? Oh, maybe your brain. Yeah. Because the brain is going to be the last place your body is going to go when it's run out of water.
Don't some people pass out during weigh-ins?
Some people have died trying to cut weight for boxing, MMA, bodybuilding. Okay? Right? So the thing is that the difference of a full kilo could really mean a guy that did not have to sacrifice vital water for their healthy continuance of living, and getting knocked out the first medium hard punch they take because there's no water in their fucking brain, and as soon as they take a shot to the head, their brain shuts off. Or you get guys that lose all their water and it really tires them out and drains them. So then you get a guy who maybe might get tired in the second half of the third round, but now he's getting tired at the end of the first round because he's the one that made the weight. The guy that didn't have to make the weight might be able to survive longer. A guy who makes the weight hits a shot that is clean, it's flush, it's powerful, it's effective. Maybe it's not as effective if the guy he's fighting against didn't have to fight to make the last pound, didn't have to fight to make the last 2 pounds. Sometimes we had a fighter actually cut her hair to make the last half a pound to make weight. So, there's so much going on when it comes to the weight issue. One pound can really make the difference in who wins or loses a fight. So, they didn't let Danny Barlow, they didn't allow him, they said the doctor would not let him lose any more water. That guy can go into a seizure. A guy can go into a seizure and have really bad things happen to their brain. And then they're expected to go in there and get beat up or try to beat somebody else up after that, right? Jake Miller says, won't affect how YouTube runs or not, but do I have to like her actions? But the YouTube CEO died. How did I not know about this? Probably because you were not reading the articles. She died of cancer, I think, yesterday or something. The Susan Wojcicki, I don't remember how. I don't know how to say her name.
I don't know her name. I don't even know it's a chick.
Polly Chaser, imagine you didn't eat or drink for a day. You would be lighter. Now imagine you drain yourself in a sauna for 10 hours. Do you agree? Would you agree to an opponent that didn't? That's a good question. Fair point. I am just wondering that after that weight loss, will they not end up being a different weight anyway for the fight? Yes, but the damage is still done when you put your body through that amount of stress. And let's say you miss by a full kilo. When you go back up in weight, you're going to go back up closer to your actual full walking around weight than if you actually had to make the weight. Your body is not going to put all that weight on immediately. Split decision, y'all. Danny Barlow wins by split decision.
This card has just been boring as fuck.
Well, we have fucking debates in the fucking chat that's keeping us up.
No, I know.
If they ended up a different weight after the weigh-in as they load up right after, would it not make more sense to have a wider range and weigh them in right before the fight? Some people want to do, they try to do that in one championship, which is a Singapore-based fight, MMA, and, they do other combat sports as well. They try to, test the fighters as far as their hydration levels, but I hear you can cheat that too. That they really try to get fighters in one championship to fight much closer to their walk-around weight. So, for example, Mighty Mouse Demetrius Johnson, he used to fight at men's flyweight, which is 125 pounds in the UFC. But when he went to one championship after they traded his contract, because Ben Askren, they traded him for Ben Askren.
That's what you trade him for?
Yeah.
Ice cream?
Yeah, that's what happened. He was undefeated at the time.
Still ice cream.
But we only know him that way because we found out the hard way he has no hands. Demetrius Johnson had to go and fight at bantamweight 135 because you're not allowed to use water to drop weight. So he had to go up a weight class. They really want guys to fight closer to their walk-around weight. But the problem is there's too much money in trying to find every advantage that you possibly can get. So one of the reasons why a lot of people didn't like Khabib Nurmagomedov is that the dude was cutting down to 155 pounds, walking around close to 190 pounds. So they called him a weight bully. But the thing is, he had the discipline to cut weight to get all the way down to championship weight. But, oh, that's right, he missed weight 5 times. See how that goes, right? Mm. So some people actually think, being a weight bully is a form of cheating. And it's really hard to... It's really difficult to argue with them. So, I think that was a very, very good question. Is this the next one? This one right here?
The combing.
Nope. So yeah, that's what that is. Banner, he had no hands. And they gave him a free victory that he did not deserve over one of our favorite fighters. So, no. We're going to continue to shit on ass cream. Jake Miller says your body also gets a carb rush and burns energy inefficiently when loading up after a weight cut. Yeah, your body has just went through a crazy amount of trauma in a short period of time. It's almost like somebody is like doing like deep water diving, and then you want to rush them to the surface. Hey, because you're supposed to, breathe air, right? Wrong. And now you just killed them because you got the bends. At some point, a male top fighter will declare he is a female, and ish will hit the fan. Well, Dana White, one of the few decent things about Dana White is that he's not playing those games. He is not. Oh, wow. See, I really wish Dan did not rage quit the stream. I really wish. But then John Jones actually would not have any opponents because there are no women who are fit that are above 205 pounds that would actually fight. Right? Most women who are, but pretty much every woman, every Joanna Joes, I'm done. I don't think that there are any fit women who aren't on massive amounts of steroids that are even approaching 200 pounds. David Banner is out. I think he typed himself into a coma.
You stuck it out, man. You stuck it out. I know you wanted to go to sleep like 3 hours ago.
Unlike Dan, who rage quit.
Have a good night. We'll see you in the next
Dan
one.
rage quit the stream. Boo. I know that we have like a more of like a regular week, but we gotta make a stop at that gelato shop. Maybe sometime this week.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is usually the
Yeah,
best days for me.
Cause tonight I just want to chill, watch baseball, and go exploring.
I was gonna try on the new clothes. It's a new sweatshirt. Make sure it fits. Just in case we have to return it.
That's the story you're running with?
Yes. That's what happens when you order stuff online. You don't have the
Alexandria
opportunity to try
Volkanovsky. He would have to staple that wig on his head like Deadpool.
Thank you, David.
Hey, that's right, because Dan rage quit the stream. David said, stay safe out there in the real world.
You know what? I'm going to make sure tonight your name is on
your
it.
name is on it, yeah.
We have that in the end credits. It's...
Oh, wow. Look at how he left the stream.
Asshole. That's ready for later.
Does anybody give a fuck about these fights?
Not at all. Not at all.
Hold on, I think you gotta click on this too, right?
Just click on the chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Setting go evil.
Oh, man.
Two more fights. Two more fights.
You know, it's interesting. You guys are talking about, cross-gender stuff in athletics. Will Tennyson put out a video. No, it's Jesse James West. Sorry, I get them mixed up. Jesse James West put out a video where it was regular Joes in physical competition versus roided up women. And guys, I gotta tell you, right? guys, I got to tell you. One of the things I learned is that the women have to take massive amounts of anabolic steroids and synthetic testosterone. And in a lot of those competitions, because they did win the competition, but in some of them they won just barely. And in the couple of competitions that they did win, it was stuff that women are generally better at doing than men. For instance, the women killed the average Joes in the squat, in the barbell back squat, right? Women are just better squatters, pound for pound, when accounting for gender than men, right? And so they murdered the squat. You just kind of knew, and then they used like the biggest, most barrel-shaped woman to do the bench press, so she didn't have to actually lower the bar very far, because she was just, she was overweight.
Yeah.
Not saying she wasn't strong. It was actually pretty good, So, we're talking about women that train every single day, take massive amounts of steroids to just beat guys who don't even lift. That's crazy to me. And I'm talking about like barely beating them. Like they had this one guy, he actually PR'd on his bench press and barely lost to the woman that was there. The other guy had never really squatted before, and he almost hit 225 just his first time out.
Yeah.
And it's like, can we stop pretending like there is no difference biologically between men and women? Can we just stop? Like, that train has left the station. It's over, right? And it doesn't make it like women are worth less than men. It just makes it that women are just not physically competitive with men in a natural setting. I mean, we're talking about like guys that don't even lift. Do you even lift, bro? No, but you can almost beat roided up women that lift in the gym for hours every single day, putting in toxic chemicals in their body to be able to do it. Destroying their menstrual cycle and their ability to have babies. So they ruin their ability to do what their actual gift is. The one thing that men can't do. They completely ruin that to just barely beat guys that don't lift. That's wild. That's just crazy to me. Yeah, Jake Shields is definitely one of those right-wing guys that are just like, listen, put your money where your mouth is, The problem is not that there are fields in which females are better. The problem is pretending that there are no biological differences. I couldn't agree more, man. Matty Scala sounds like the latest Mexican hard liquor that's coming up. It looks like he is trying to take Jackson's head off. You know why I did not recognize Jackson? Because of all the hair on his head. He's normally bald. I thought he had balded. Did he go to like Turkey to get like hair plugs or something like that?
He got a cut on his scalp.
probably from the hair transplant. What is wrong with me? Okay, what else am I like supposed to eat today? Oh, lunch food and dinner food. I had protein. I had protein scoops today. I had protein shake today. I had eggs. I had the muffin. Now I just need lunch and I need dinner, and I think that's it, right? Yep, there's a lot wrong with me. I can't stop seeing words that will make her want to roll off the camera in a chair that doesn't have wheels.
Mm-hmm.
But I really am trying to. Ladies and gentlemen, this is episode 132 of the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party. We are watching one of the worst cards on paper in the history of the UFC, and we are watching it passively. Damon Jackson always brings the goods, and Mariscal is. This is actually a pretty good fight as far as intensity, but this card is full of birds. It actually is going to suck a lot to see one guy fight an orc. Yeah, that's right. That's the kilo and a half, right? Maybe she just likes being pushed around. I am not going to say anything in response to that. We had 3 weight misses if you count the guy that missed by a quarter pound. I mean, we didn't get a bunch of lay and pray tonight. We didn't get a lot of lay and pray, but I forgot that Mariscal missed by a kilo and a half. Yeah, that's bad. So JL, before you got here, me and David Banner, who has departed, we were trying to figure out what we think is fair when it comes to weight misses, because I did not feel like I didn't feel like what's his name? Danny Barlow, almost said Barton. I did not have the feeling as if, you know, he's a cheater. He missed by 0.25 pounds and the doctor refused to let him lose the rest of it, right? And so I want to hear your opinion, JL, of what you think of my plan, and if you think you can improve it, okay? From a half a pound up to a kilo. From a half a pound up to a kilo, you lose a point. And you lose a portion of your purse. I'm thinking, you know, the customary, you know, 20 to 30% of the purse, you know, maybe 20. We're talking about 0 to 1 kilo, or a half a pound to 1 kilo. You lose a point, and you pay 20%. If it's between 1 kilo and 2 kilo, I would up it to 30% of the purse, and 2 points are deducted from your scorecard. And if you miss anything over 2 kilos, your entire show money, 100% of your show money goes to your opponent. Your opponent gets their show money and your show money, 100%. You take a loss in your record. No. You forfeit the match if you miss above 2 kilos. All of your show money goes to your opponent. Your opponent gets their show money for weighing in on the dot. And you take a loss on your record automatically. Perfect hairline Jackson looks like a different person. That's what I said. I was actually confused. So, half a pound to 1 kilo, a point deduction, and 20% of the purse. From above 1 kilo to 2 kilos is a 2-point deduction and 30% of the purse. And anything over 2 kilograms, you take a loss on your record. 100% of your show money goes to your opponent. The opponent gets their show money. You take a loss on your record. What do you think about that, JL? Is a fight not canceled if someone doesn't make weight? Polychaser, 3 fighters did not make weight on this card alone, and they all fought. We had a couple of nice finishes, though. We did have a couple of nice finishes, JL, on this card. He better shout out his Turkish doctor after every win. For real. They do let the opponent decide if they are going to fight them, but then the UFC gets mad at the fighters who make weight that decide not to fight the fighters that didn't make weight. And the thing is, these guys don't make weight, and then they win the fight, and then they move up. So they get rewarded for cheating. They just you lose a small portion of their fight purse, right? And what you're seeing right now from Mariscal, you might be seeing Damon Jackson get dominated here, and the difference is actually that pound and a half, that 3.5 pounds, right? We don't know if Mariscal would be able to do what he's doing against Damon Jackson. You know, we don't know if he would be able to do this if he had to make the whole 1.5 kilos. Yeah, it is weird. They actually look down on the fighter that makes the weight. Oh, he was afraid. He didn't really want to fight. No, you say that about the guy who didn't make weight. The guy that actually suffered so that he can get into the cage and fight is not the guy that you talk down on, like it happened to Wonder Boy Thompson. No good. What bugs me is when a fighter misses by a lot and then barely wins. It starts jumping around and celebrating. Or they get a massive KO against a guy that actually had to make weight. You know? Nah, fuck that.
We need a JL's prediction of the last fight.
I mean, does JL even want to make a prediction?
Make a prediction.
My prediction is that we're all going to hate the fight.
Oh, Jake, also, if you'd like to give a prediction of the last fight tonight.
Is he Jake from State Farm?
Me? No? Yeah.
I would rather have this fight headline. Paulo Costa missed weight by 20 pounds? How is that even possible? I predicted juicy hamburgers.
That's an excellent prediction.
That reminds me of that a character in Popeye. He's like, I borrow $1. Borrow a burger for today for a burger tomorrow or something like that. Costa pulled. Oh, that's right. And he begged for a 205 fight. That's right. That did happen. I think somebody else tried that recently too. Just didn't even bother to make weight. Just like, hey, let's just. Oh, it was Fat Nazrat.
Yeah.
Fat Nazrat did the same thing.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I feel bad for Damon Jackson because he never gives up on himself. He's in there with a cheater. And he's still trying to find a way to either survive to the final bell or get an unlikely finish on the ground. But for all we know, Mariscal by this point in the fight, if he actually had to lose that last 3.5 pounds, he might have been dragged to the ground already. You know, like it actually changes the entire dynamic of the fight when you have a guy not making weight by such a large amount. And for the amount that Mariscal missed by, if he wins 29-28 on the scorecards, he would lose the fight.
Oh, man.
Right. Of course he has an endless gas tank. He missed weight by 3.5 pounds. And you never see Damon Jackson just roll over like that.
God.
It feels like it's 1 o'clock in the morning, doesn't it?
It does. Goodness gracious.
This is one of those times where it's like, can we just shut the stream off and go watch baseball in the other room? Ladies know that UFC fighters love spooning and hugging. So they sure got that going for them. Paulo said he could make 195 just for Vittori to make the weight. Then Costa was fat and happy to call matchmakers to make it 205 because he couldn't cut anything at all. Yeah. I hope they do bring it up. Jackson is just trying to make it to the final bell. He does not want this guy to get a finish on him.
We all lost that fight.
Yep. There's no winners when the guy that misses weight wins via attrition. How does a ref decide to get them up to their feet? There's several guidelines. I have to squat. Oh. Okay.
Ooh.
Ugh. If you respected him, you would have made weight.
They said yes. They took the percentage. I said, all right, let's get it.
Very well said. In terms of the fight, you said you were going to take your time and not go straight at the guy, but in typical Chepe Maniscal fashion, as soon as the referee said fight...
Yeah, I don't like that either, Gio.
Yeah, man, what's crazy is outside of the cage, I'm a different person in the cage.
Yeah, they've changed the scoring parameters, probably, Chaser, a few times to weight certain parts of MMA against other parts of MMA.
Well, we love to see it. Congratulations on getting the victory.
You know, and right now, effective striking above all. And they really only score effective grappling when there is a legitimate threat for the grappling to end the fight. They don't really care about like cage control as much as they used to. But yeah, you know, they definitely weight striking above all and damage. So we've had fighters lose when they landed more shots than the other guy based upon the amount of damage it was perceived that they had done.
There's only one fight left.
Yeah, Marab he gets in on Sean's hips and the fight's over, pretty much. I saw a YouTube clip of someone talking about ground fighting scores, and after a few minutes it sounded like freaking magic to me. It can be that way, but we normally know when we're watching a fight who should win. Would you say?
Normally. Sometimes we'll get a fight where
Marab does not have a glass chin, jail. Stop it, man. The dude has won like a whole bunch of fights in a row where he's just getting punched in the face and he just keeps walking through it. Marab is not the guy to claim that has a glass chin. He's... Yeah, come on. And Sean doesn't have power. He has precision. So it does not... So what looks like power to you ain't power. It's precision. Sean doesn't load up on his shots. He prefers speed and precision over power. But if you hit the guy in the right spot at the right time, you can turn the guy's lights out. Sean has never never even claimed to be a power guy. It's very, very difficult to be known for your power at 135 pounds. What are you talking about, Jay? And what are you talking about that Neon Vera broke his chin forever? Vera just fought. And he did get knocked down for the first time in his career. And that was a knockdown. He didn't get finished.
Last fight.
So don't look at a guy that gets a knockout and just assume that he's got power because he has a lot of knockouts. There's different ways to get knockouts. I've seen Biggie Boy, Jairzinho Rosenstrike get a knockout barely touching his opponent. Oh my God, the knockout power! No, his opponent was moving towards him. He circled away and he just touched his chin. He hit him at the right spot at the right time. Precision. You have your precision KOs and you have your power KOs where you're loading up to blast your face off your skull. Two different things. Merab has a brick for a fucking head. O'Malley's best path to victory is his footwork. If he can keep Merab from picking up on his footwork patterns, switch directions, left, right, because he does a good job of that. He kind of, does that little move there, and then he goes to the left for a bit, kind of goes back to the right, and he's pot-shotting you. Sean cannot get caught up against the side of the cage. Sean cannot present his hips square to Merab. He can't do it. He can't do it. Now, if you're predicting that he's going to throw a knee up the middle, other fighters have used that. I don't know how effective that will be, but I think that Sean can win on points if he can use his footwork, work behind his jab, throw some medium shots that don't call for him to overcommit or step over his center line. Because as soon as he does that, Merab is going to switch levels on him, and if Merab gets him to the ground, he's not getting up. So he has to limit how much he commits to any strike. He has to limit.
So you're going to bed, David.
He's going back to it. Is there not some luck to involve when it comes to... Absolutely. We've seen some super lucky shots, man. We have. I see Sugar dominating Merab and making it look easy. Same with Umar Nurmagomedov. Nope, that will not be easy. Sugar is up there with Prime Silver with his footwork and striking. If he beats either one of those guys, it will be because of the footwork and the striking. That will be the reason why he beats those guys. Because Umar, but the thing is, Umar also has good striking too, with the threat of the takedown. So, if you asked me who I thought that Sean O'Malley had a better chance to beat, Merab or Umar, I would say Merab, but only by a slight margin. I really don't think that you understand how physically strong Umar Nurmagomedov is. The physical strength that he has, a guy his size. And Sugar Sean O'Malley is not a physically strong human being. He's actually quite brittle. So you might find Sugar Sean O'Malley is tall for bantamweight. He's not big for bantamweight. He's very skinny. And he's very brittle. There is a universe where Sean O'Malley outpoints Merab to retain the title, and then fights Umar Nurmagomedov, and then gets injured in the fight and loses the belt via injury because Umar power wrestled him, lands on his elbow, dislocates his shoulder, or does something to his ankle because he's had ankle problems over the years. So forcing him to the ground could cause an injury in a takedown attempt. Right? So I would say that the odds should probably be plus 300 for Sean retaining the title against Umar Nurmagomedov. Now, do I like Umar Nurmagomedov? Yeah. Do I like Sugar Sean O'Malley more than I like any? Obviously, nobody's a fan of Merab, right? But I do like Umar. Would I root for Sean to beat Umar? Absolutely. Do I see an easy path to victory for Sugar Sean O'Malley against Umar Nurmagomedov? Absolutely not. I think O'Malley. I think O'Malley. I think he loses against Merab via GMP. My prediction right now is that he loses. He gets finished by ground and pound, and it'll be a sad day. And then you'll watch two wrestle heavy fighters wrestle fuck each other for the championship, and Nurmagomedov and Merab. That's what I think is going to happen. I would love to see Sean win both of those fights and then fight a striker after that because I want to be entertained. So if I had it my way, a slight detour or a slight setback for Umar's career, and watch some more fighters that are more entertaining. You know, I would like to see O'Malley fight Corey Sandhagen. I think that would be a very entertaining fight. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? If Mr. Sugar has kids, I can see the looks they get when they tell their friends about... Oh, my God. Imagine if, like, I really wish that we had the wherewithal to actually put pictures of Sean O'Malley on the screen, and then he could actually flesh out his joke. Oh yeah, you definitely want to mute this.
Yeah, I want to make another version of this, but a shareable
Yeah.
one, so you could just hop back and forth.
But we also need one where we can display stuff.
Yeah, that's what I mean. One where we could share a screen. But I'd like to make it where we could share a screen and then we are at the bottom. So that would probably require its own source. I would make the source similar to this one. But then you could just click on it.
So JL, I do agree with you that Sugar has more paths to victory than Merab. The problem with the matchup is that Merab's one path is overpowering. That makes it more likely that the one or two ways he can win are more likely than the 6 or 7 ways that Sugar Sean can win. I mean, it's not really 6 or 7 ways. I mean, he's got, you know, varied striking. So, you know, could it come from, you know, a head kick? Yes. Could it come from a punch? Yes. Can it come from a knee up the middle? Yes. I get all of these things. But the thing is, Merab is like the juggernaut. Once he starts moving forward, it's almost impossible to stop his forward progress. Especially when you're talking about a guy in Merab who is so physically strong, and a guy in O'Malley who is not physically strong. He's just not. And if he has one lapse in focus, just one, and presents his hips square just one time, he presents his hips square just one time and goes to the ground, all of his sharp striking goes out the window when Merab starts hitting that ground and pound, trying to, putting Sean in positions where he has to try to fight to get up against a guy who is likely going to be physically heavier than him. And since he's shorter than him, he's going to feel even heavier. So Sean is going to struggle to get out of the bottom position. He's going to fail time and time again. He's going to get tired, and then his striking is going to be less sharp, right? And the thing is, having decent BJJ against a guy who is heavy on top is not going to matter. It's just not going to matter. And yes, his coach is talking about always doing strength and conditioning. It doesn't matter when you have to deplete yourself to make championship weight 135.0 pounds. Merab is physically stronger and more durable than Sugar Sean O'Malley. And I say this as a guy that wants Sean O'Malley to win. This is just cold, pure cold MMA assessment. Yes, can Sean stay? If Sean can keep it on the feet and lead with his jab and switch the direction and make Merab follow him around the ring and pot shot him and frustrate him and win that way, absolutely. He absolutely could win that way. I think that if he does win, that's how it's going to happen. However, Merab is just physically stronger. Now you're saying that Sterling is stronger. Did Sterling try to wrestle him? No. This ugly motherfucker got us out of here early. So here's the thing, right? Sterling is physically stronger, but Sterling did not try to implement his wrestling. And Sean said after he won the championship that had Sterling tried to wrestle him, Sterling would have won the fight because he had a broken rib. And he wasn't able to practice grappling. But Sean did not, but Sterling did not use his physical strength advantage. He tried to stand and bang with Sean, and he got timed. Precision and speed is how O'Malley beat precision and speed is how Sean beat Sterling, right? So that knocks that out of there. Merab is not going to play those games. Merab is just going to go in and wrestle him. And if Merab has a problem getting into Sean's range, then it's pretty much a wrap. I think that Sean can make the fight look easy if he can establish range and frustrate him. If he's not able to do that and he presents his hips square and Merab gets in on a double, it's lights out. It's over. It's over for Sean O'Malley. That's just the way it is. Now, when it comes to the matchup, let's say Sean does win this fight and he fights Umar Nurmagomedov. Umar is a little bit shorter, but he has better striking skills than Merab. So the thing is, I think that Umar is going to try to show wrestling. He's going to try to show striking. But Umar has this weird way of trying to draw you into a striking battle. You think you're in a striking battle, but then he'll throw, let's say, an overhand right, and then immediately as you go to counter the overhand right, he will immediately, as you're overcommitting to the counter shot, change levels on you and chain wrestle you to the ground. So Umar is more of a guy that is going to look for a submission in those situations. So you would probably get to see just how much Sean O'Malley improved in his BJJ, because that would be the main question. Umar is going to get him to the ground, I think, easier than Merab could. So, if O'Malley beats Merab and fights Umar, Umar is going to disguise his striking. He's going to disguise his wrestling with the striking. And then he's going to try to overpower him and try to get into positions to get a rear naked choke or a head and arm or something like that. He's going to try to submit Sean O'Malley. And then you're actually going to see just how decent O'Malley's BJJ has developed over the years. Now, again, I must reiterate, I don't want either Merab or Umar to beat O'Malley. I love O'Malley as the champion. I want him to remain the champion. But I'm just assessing fight styles, and the fight style of an O'Malley has its perks. But the thing is, if O'Malley was physically stronger, it would be more tantalizing. It would be easier for me to choose him, because it would be harder for guys to get in on a double leg, or to swing him to the ground on a high single. If he was physically stronger. We know from his first, I think the first 3 out of his 6 fights in the UFC, major problems with his ankles. Major problems. So he's a little bit brittle. He's physically weaker than both Umar and Merab. He does have a reach advantage, a sizable reach advantage and height advantage over those guys. However, they both have a weird, annoying way of getting guys to the ground. If either one of those fighters gets Sean to the ground, it's game over. Because he's not physically strong enough to get up once they go down. And then you're going to be in a situation in a 5-round fight where we're all hoping for Sean O'Malley just to get through the end of the first round to get back to standing. And then we get back to standing again, and he's a little bit slower, a little bit less sharp, a little bit less precise, because he had to fight to try to get up off of his back for 3.5 minutes in the first round. And now he's got other problems. And now if Merab or Umar actually is successful in getting that takedown early or midway through the first round and he can't get up, now he's going to be hesitant to actually throw his world famous strikes, because he's worried about what overcommitting to those strikes would mean for him if they change levels on him again. And then if he goes back down to the ground and he gets frustrated, now you've got a new champion.
We about ready to do some house cleaning?
Yeah, so, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to explain it in just plain MMA terms. I don't want you guys to get all wrapped up in the names of the fighters. I don't want you guys to get wrapped up in that. I want you guys to just look at the different fight styles, the different physical builds of the fighters, the history of durability or lack thereof for all the fighters involved, and then make your determination based on what is most likely to happen based on the fight styles and the physical composition of the fighters involved. That's it. That's all I'm saying. All right? What the hell just happened? Oh, okay. Yeah. So. Yeah. So Poly Chaser, I'll try to TLDR it for you a little bit. You know, you get guys who are skinny that are rangy that are really good at striking, but then you get the short guys who are good at wrestling. When you have the different styles, right? Which style is going to be more effective? The guy that wants to fight with punches and kicks on the feet, or the guy that's looking for opportunities to grab them and then drag them to the ground? So there are different physical attributes that make each fight style more successful or more likely to be successful when they fight certain kinds of fighters, right? So in this case, the guy that is very rangy and the guy that has very good striking skills, he's very skinny and he's not very strong, and he is prone to injury in the cage. He's had several injuries because he's not very durable. The fighters that he has to fight next are much more durable than him, and they're physically stronger than them. The problem is they're shorter than him, and their arms are shorter than his. So in order for them to implement their wrestling, they need to get past his ability to keep them at distance, right? But yeah, and the thing is, most people don't like the ground fighting, Poly Chaser. Most people don't like to see it, right? And this is, again, JL is taking it personal, but it's like, I want Sugar Sean O'Malley to win as much as JL does. I want Sugar Sean O'Malley to win, right? But if we are going to make predictions based upon our emotions, then it just, be prepared to make bad picks on a regular basis. I'm not willing to make bad picks. I'll tell you who I want to win, but then I'll also tell you who I think will actually win based upon the fighters, their styles, who they fought, who they beat of similar styles, etc., 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 right? Like, we're JL seems to forget that Sugar Sean O'Malley lost via ground and pound to Marlon Vera, of all guys. And he lost early. Vera doesn't beat anybody early. He lost via ground and pound. Why? Because he's physically weak. He's fast. He's accurate. He's physically weak. Now, as far as Luck being involved, Luck was very much involved when he lost to Marlon Vera. Absolutely. Marlon Vera threw a calf kick that hit his peroneal nerve, that shut his leg down, that led to the fight ending sequence. Completely lucky, which is why in the rematch, Vera got his ass whooped. Like, he got embarrassed because he's not as good as a fighter and never was. But he got that lucky calf kick that caused O'Malley's leg to shut down. So that is a legitimate thing there. All right, y'all. We will be back next week, right?
Yep.
Next week. We will talk more MMA, and we will teach Poly Chaser more about all the things he wants to learn about as far as the intricacies of mixed martial arts. All right. Mrs. Evil is going to take us to the end of the stream now. And yeah, Mrs. Evil said that there was no way that that we could actually make it look pretty until she found a way to make it look pretty. Look at that, right? Got different colors and sizes and all of that. Yeah, buddy.
It says comment the stream name here.
Yeah,
And building the plane.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on. I need to update this.
Hey.
Please hold one moment.
While we...
Hold on. I need this to be accurate. It's no longer accurate. 1 second. 1 second. Nobody
Please
leave.
wait for the next available representative.
Please hold. Hold on. Hold on.
Please.
Please hold.
Hey, thank you so much for supporting the stream.
Make sure this is accurate.
Hey! And it changed on the fly. How do you guys feel about hearing our voices and not seeing our faces? Because the stream is ending.
Alright, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you for supporting the platform. We do have a stream sponsor. Oh, we got to do this too because it's only right.
It wouldn't. I clicked like on my phone. It wasn't letting me click like. There.
Yep.
Yeah.
So have a good night, morning. We still love you, Dan. We still love you, Dan.
See you next week, Dan.